All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're starting a few minutes late here. Our apologies. But we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. It's a continuation of our meeting yesterday. Just want to remind the public that we had...
I got to talk, Amanda.
Oh.
Oops, sorry.
Sorry, Diego. We're just getting started here. I just wanted to first remind the public that today we will not be taking public comments for items not on today's agenda. That was only yesterday because today is only a continuation of yesterday's meeting. So, Madam Clerk, if we could call the roll first to get this meeting started.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Church joining us shortly.
Yeah, he's on his way. Said he was going to be a few minutes late. So we're going to go to our announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete de inglés-español, español-inglés para el día de hoy. Si usted desea hacer comentario público, por favor hablar lenta y claramente para que se le pueda escuchar. Favor también de hacer una breve pausa entre las oraciones para permitirme interpretarle. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much, Diego. We're going to go to additions or corrections by the clerk.
There is one correction to item number 11 under scheduled matters, and that is a revised resolution was received.
Okay, thank you. Today, we do have the item for Pajaro returning, but we do have a ceremonial resolution that was already scheduled, and I forgot to mention that yesterday. So we're going to take a Pajaro up right after this resolution. So this is item number 4 for the board to consider adopting a resolution commending our county council, Leslie J. Gerard, upon his retirement after more than 15 years in the office of the county council and 42 years of dedicated public service. So before we go into the presentation and to this ceremony, we have several speakers to speak on this item, and then we will take a little break because we do have a cake waiting in the lobby as well. But first of all, we want to see if there's any comments or questions on the resolution from this board. Seeing none, any from the public? Nobody in chambers, nobody on Zoom. So we could entertain.
Move approval.
And I'll second that. I want to second this. This only happens once as he is on his way out. So there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, now that all 5 supervisors are here, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, this motion carries unanimously. So I'm going to go to the front because we're going to present this. I ask Les to come up in front, and we're going to ask his team. I'm going to have Susan, maybe our CAO, Susan, Kelly, Jan, and Sandra, who will all be joining me in making some comments as well. Thank you very much. All right, everyone. First of all, it is a bittersweet moment today for all of us. This is the retirement of one of our great friends, one of our great leaders in our county, part of our county family. And I just want to say as an attorney, one of the finest attorneys I've ever met in my legal and my political career that now spans 14 years in public office. We were trying to make this moment not come and have less reconsidered. He said, no, this is the time to do that. And so this is that surreal moment in one's career where in front of his family and in front of his colleagues, his office, and this Board of Supervisors and the public, that we get to take a moment to commend and thank one of the finest attorneys and public servants that we know. And it's sad for us because he's a great legal mind, somebody who provided great counsel, great guidance to this Board of Supervisors, and really helped us through some of the most difficult issues in our lifetimes, including some storms and a pandemic, some of the greatest struggles that we've dealt with recently. So before I present this and pass the mic to our CEO and colleagues, I did want the public who don't know Les to just hear some of his remarkable career. He started when he received his, he received his Bachelor's of Arts at San Diego State University and his Juris Doctor degree from Georgetown University Law Center. He started his law career working at the city attorney's office for the city of San Diego. And while working there, he served as deputy city attorney for 11 years, working on a variety of matters, including civil advisory work, litigation, land use, and other complex cases. He then later served as the chief deputy city attorney for legislative and public affairs for San Diego for 2 years, and then as assistant city attorney for special projects from 98 to 2003. But as assistant city attorney, he worked as a principal in the negotiation and implementation of the city's ballpark and redevelopment project, a complex public-private partnership approved by the electorate in 1998 that resulted in the construction of Petco Park, home of the San Diego Padres, and that furthered the revitalization and redevelopment of downtown San Diego. So anytime you're in downtown San Diego, think of Les Gerard. We were there with Supervisor Lopez not too long ago, and we were trying to find the plaque. We couldn't find it, but he showed us a photo that it is there, honoring his project, and it's been one of the best things that could have happened to downtown Sacramento. What a legacy. Les then served from September 2003 2004 as acting executive assistant city attorney, responsible for ongoing operations of both the civil and criminal divisions of the city attorney's office, and responsible for a number of other high-profile complex projects. Les, for some time in 2005, he joined a private firm, McKenna, Long and Aldridge, in San Diego, working in the government affairs practice group. But then in June of 2008, he desired to return to public service and joined the Monterey County Council's office as assistant county counsel and then chief assistant county counsel. And in those capacities, assisted the county council in overseeing all operations of the office. Les was appointed as a county counsel by the Board of Supervisors in October 2019. And in that capacity, he continued to oversee all the operations of the office and worked on a variety of other matters, including advising the Board of Supervisors and the CAO's office on labor, water, land use, and numerous other issues. He was also a driving force behind as a principal participant and in the creation of the Joint Powers Authority of the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. That is the GSA for the Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin. He is married to his wife, Lori, for 31 years, and his two sons, Nicholas and Leslie, both who are here, his wife, Lori, and Nicholas and Leslie is joining us on Zoom. So all his family is here. So we thank you for allowing him to spend so much of his career here with us. He gained a reputation in the county, Monterey County legal community as a dedicated, knowledgeable, and outstanding public entity attorney. And during his course of his career with the county, he has developed and maintained strong friendships with his colleagues throughout the county family and served as an excellent mentor to younger attorneys while serving as our county counsel and fostered a collaborative approach to county government. He has decided to retire and deservedly spend more time with his wife and his 3 golden retrievers. That's always important too, extended family, and undertake travel and other activities. So Les Gerard will be missed by his colleagues, not only for his legal skills and leadership, but also for his level-headed demeanor, problem-solving abilities, openness, fairness, and witty humor. So with that, Les, the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all our residents, hereby acknowledge, commends, and thanks you for your 42 years of dedicated public service and your more than 15 years of service with the County of Monterey, and for your many contributions to the citizens and residents of our county. We wish you much happiness as you enter into retirement. So with that, we want to present this resolution to you. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. So we're going to pass the mic here and then.
So Les, thank you so much for all the work that you've done in the last year that I've been here. I gotta say, I've been in county government for 25 years, and you are the epitome of a legal mind, but also just a good human being and a good person for our community. And I don't think a lot of people out in the world get to see as much as we do, those of us that have a chance to work with you, how much you love this county and how much you love the people that you work with and the people that you serve. And so truly, on behalf of all the CAOs that have served while you've been with the County of Monterey, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being you, and I want to thank you also for taking on the charge to help me do the best that I could in this first year as part of this Monterey County. So to all the world out there, just know we have a great person in Les, and he's not going very far, and he's kind of quiet. We are celebrating a very important day, not just this resolution, but also a day in your life. So thank you simply for being you and for being with us. Thank you.
Not to mention, today is his birthday as well. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
No, it's already on.
All right, and I was responsible for the golden retrievers because as Les knows, I have golden too, so I had to put it in solution. But, all right, this is going to be really hard for me, so I'm going to try to kind of push through. Les, we all know he has an encyclopedic knowledge of the law. You can be a meeting with him and he'll like come up with, well, the precedent was set in 1635 by Smith versus the Crown. And you're like, what, how in the world do you know this stuff? And I think every week I go, how do you know all this stuff? But past his legal acumen, it's applying the law, applying his knowledge for problem solving, for finding solutions to difficult issues that our community faces. And he's a master. And Supervisor Alejo already mentioned the Salinas Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency, tremendous feat. And to Sonia's point, he kind of quietly just does it. And he brings people together and he reaches a consensus. And if you watch him do those things, you're just in awe of his ability. I'm a huge baseball fan. Petco Park is, to me, such an awesome, awesome thing and an amazing accomplishment and just so very, very cool that, yes, I have a picture of my son in front of that plaque, so it is there. You have to walk around the building. But more than that, and I promise to keep this short because we have many people, we had to exclude people to speak because everybody wants to sing your praises. But during the pandemic, I know, county council wasn't out there, treating people medically or anything, but our work expanded tremendously like it did for everybody in the county. All of a sudden, we were isolated. For me, I was sitting in my kitchen trying to have an office there. And this just shows his commitment to the office, his commitment to people, and his kindness. He would call up and just, how you doing? Are you, are things working out? I don't want you to be burnt out. I know it's stressful. I know everybody's working hard, and Ellen's gonna make me cry. And he also did this thing on Fridays, just congratulating the office and just acknowledging everyone's hard work and just how, I am gonna start crying, just how, just brought us together as an office. And he's created this tremendous office that I personally, think is one of the finest county councils in the state. And we're acknowledged as being a great firm in the community by the state bench, by the federal bench. And it's under Les's leadership, and it's because he cares, and he cares about people. And I am gonna start crying, so I'm gonna switch it to Kelly. But thank you.
So when Les announced his retirement to some of us in the office, he directed us. I don't want a lot of speeches. I don't want parties. I don't want a bunch of hoopla. So Les, I'm sorry, but I think it's important that we all express to you how much we appreciate you and the work you've done here over the years. Personally, you have had a profound impact on my career and work here at the county, and I want to thank you for that. I also know that many around the county family would say the same thing. You've been an incredible mentor, attorney, and you've really set an incredible example of what it means to be an effective and fair leader. Susan stole my thunder on the legal encyclopedia, but it's astounding. I'd be walking down the hall working on something, and I'd just say, Les, what do you think about this? Thinking you could send me on the right direction in my research. But no, you'd know the answer off the top of your head, and it was astounding. I'm keeping this short. I have so enjoyed working with you over the years, and I'm really, really going to miss you. And I wish you nothing but the best in your retirement with Lori and your sons and your family.
So I'm Jan Holmes. I, of course, echo the comments that have gone ahead of me. I will say this as well, though, in regard to his legal acumen. He is absolutely, bar none, the best encyclopedia of the law I've ever encountered in over 25 years in county counsel's offices. And he always checks the statute, even though he thinks he knows. And there is nobody in our office, all these attorneys, who I've seen more because the library's right outside my door, checking the books to make sure he's remembering correctly. And so my hat's off to you, Les. That alone has given me light years of improvement as being an attorney. He's been doing this forever, and he still checks the books. So I take that home with me every single night, and I'm now checking the books because of you, Les. The other thing I want to share real quickly, and this shows you the kind of impression that Les leaves on you when you get to work with him. Les Gerard and Charles McKee did my final interview in 2012. And Les asked me two questions in that interview that I'll never forget and have guided me ever since. He said, how do you like to work best? Are you a Lone Ranger or are you a collaborator? Great question, because you know what? In county counsel's office, we have to be both. You can't be a Lone Ranger, you can't be just a collaborator. You've got to be able to get out there and make a decision and provide advice, and yet you've got to be able to collaborate with your colleagues to get the job done properly. And when I say colleagues, I mean not just attorneys, people in other fields. The other thing he asked me, which was very important, Les probably doesn't remember this, he said, when do you do your best work? Good question, huh? Makes you think. Well, I said, I guess on the weekends, you know, it's quiet in the office, and Les and Charles looked at each other and they're like, what, is she crazy? But it's true, and I think my life has borne that out. But it does make you think, when do I do my best work? And you want to go with that in life. You want to go with when you do your best work. So that's kind of the bottom line for me. Thank you for guiding me so much for all these years, and you're an absolute inspiration. You have set the bar high, not just in the county council position, but working in the county council's office, and we all appreciate that. Thank you. He knocked me over. No. Workers' comp for him.
Hi, everyone. This is a little hard, and I actually decided I'd type it so that I wouldn't cry, and just hearing everybody is getting me emotional. Anyway, I'm going to stick to my little paper, because that way I won't look up at Les. That's why I'm hiding. For those of you that don't know, I have worked with Les for the last 15 years in the county counsel's office, and words cannot express how thankful I am to have worked with him. Les, I want to thank you for taking a chance on me, for teaching me there's always room for improvement, for challenging me to grow, and of course, for tolerating my mistakes, even though there weren't many. Your leadership and mentorship means so much to me. I appreciate your support of my professional development. As I've said before, you are my longest relationship. Lori said it was okay to say that. And I will miss you very much. Wishing you the best on your retirement. Today is also your birthday, and we celebrate you today for your retirement, but also for your birthday. And we do have cake outside, and he didn't know, so he might kill us after this, but too bad, so sad.
Before Les talks, because I'm sure he has a few things to say to all of us. Les is always at every staff meeting where we celebrated birthdays. We do that quarterly and celebrate, January, February, March, whatever. Les is the one that leads us in happy birthday. And I swear, when he's not here, we sound awful. It's horrible. It's horrible. So I'm going to try, not very good, but to lead us all in happy birthday for Les. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Les. Happy birthday to you.
Hello? Yeah. You're all fired because you violated my directive. Thank you very much. Supervisors, you do me a great honor today, and all of you in the audience, thank you. I do want to thank some people. First, I want to thank my predecessor, Charles McKee, who took a chance on me, hired me into Monterey County. One of the best things that ever happened to me in my life. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, both present and past, for your trust in me and for our working relationship over the years. I want to thank Sonia and all the CAOs I've worked with, Charles and Lou Bauman before Charles, for the same thing, for the relationship that we've had, the trust that you've placed in me, and following my advice most of the time. I want to thank all the department heads that I've worked with over the years, present and past. It's been a great ride. You have some very talented department heads in the county, and it's just been a real pleasure to work with them. I want to thank all of my staff. It's an honor and a privilege to work with such talented people, and I've really enjoyed it over the years. There are two that I wanted to call out specifically. Cecilia Mariana, who was my first legal secretary here in Monterey County. Kind of showed me the ropes when I first got here. But then Sandra's been my right-hand person helping to run the office for many of the past years, and I don't think I would have been successful without her assistance. I do want to thank Sandra, Kelly, Janet, for their assistance and their help. I don't think anybody is successful without the help of those around them. And it's been my staff, my leadership team that have really helped me be successful in my career. And then I want to thank my son Nick, who's here, my son Leslie, who's on Zoom. They had to put up with late nights by me, long weekends by me, and I'm very grateful for that. And finally, and most importantly, I need to thank my wife, Lori. Not only has she put up with the late nights and the long weekends, but you need to know something about her. After we got married, she worked full-time as a legal assistant, went to law school at night, had 2 kids along the way, passed the bar exam, became the best attorney I've ever known. And without her love and support, I would not have been successful. So thank you, Lori. So finally, I just want to say, I've said it many times, it's been an honor and a privilege to work for the County of Monterey. It's a great county. My father's family has been was in Monterey County since the 1860s, I guess. So even though I was born and raised in San Diego, it sort of felt like coming home. And I've really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Before we take a photo, our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors want to share some words, and then we'll take a photo with the family first and then with all county counsel's office. So go ahead, Supervisor Lopez.
So Les, final performance review here. There's only one thing I didn't like about working with Les, and that was that I couldn't send him an email when I had a thought on a weekend and know that it would be ignored until Monday morning. He would call me right back rather than responding to your, it's 8 o'clock on Sunday night, Les. No, it's fine. I know the answer. I knew that he was always on. And I say that as a joke because what folks don't realize is what that meant for the residents of Monterey County. Because you were always on, you saved this county dollars, time, effort by keeping us on that front edge. As an attorney, I've never met anybody with the acumen that you have, and we talk about it, but a lot of people who aren't in county government don't understand the breadth of the things that we touch, right? Water resource agencies, jail issues, parks, workers' comp, all those things you had to be an expert in, and you were, to the extent and to the degree that you were able to save us all so much. I saw that every single week in open session, closed session, and even in those side conversations. You've given so much to the residents of Monterey County, not just by the dollar figure, but by the expansion of services made possible by all of your efforts and being willing to help us find a way to say yes when we needed to benefit the residents of Monterey County. I am so appreciative for all that you've taught me, and I have to be honest, I was scared of Les when I first met him. I mean, I don't know what it was, but I'd walk into rooms and Les was almost stoic, but you could see his brain working. I was like, all right, he's thinking about everything happening in this room right now. I need to be careful. I cracked a joke once. It related to Coors, and we both started cracking up. I was like, oh, and then we bonded, and that was probably about 9-10 years ago, and that's where our friendship started. I'm grateful for that friendship, Les, for everything that you've shown me in my time as a supervisor, but also as a staffer, your willingness to keep that open door. As I think about what's next for you, I'm just so excited for you. You've earned everything that you have coming in terms of traveling, retirement, all those wonderful things that were listed on the reso, even the 3 Goldens. Those moments, you're always reminding me to take in those moments with my kids. And I know that in these moments, you're going to have new moments to capture. And so I thank you for that lesson that you've imparted on me. My one request as we move forward is maybe a return to the Founding Fathers haircut that we saw during the pandemic. That was one of my favorite Les moments as well. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I don't know how how the family feels about that, but I'm going to throw that out there. Thank you, Les.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Mary, Wendy, then we'll go to Supervisor Church.
Thank you. Thank you. It is kind of tough to say things to you, not because I'm intimidated by it, because I just hold you with such deep respect. And a number of the things that I will always take with me as far as memory of you is the fact that you were so patient with me when I started on the Board of Supervisors and I was chairing the board for the first time that I was on. You were the absolute picture of patience and support. And I remember asking you a question once, and I just loved the way you responded. And it was that I could tell you, here's what I want to do, and here's what I want to have happen. And you would be able to walk me all the way through what I needed to do and what I could do and what I should do to get to the outcome that I wanted. You just made it seem so logical, and I've carried that with me ever since. I'm going to miss that in my life. So I thank you so much for that. I also want to say, though, that you made us all look really good. You truly did. You raised the bar for us as a county, statewide and nationally, because of the dignity, the acumen, the brilliance, and the cufflinks that you brought to the table. I'll miss all of those things about you, Les. I absolutely will. I'll miss the opportunity of just sitting next to you and scooching over to ask a question and know that I will get the perfect answer. So thank you so much for all of the kindnesses that you've shown me. My hope is that I will bump into you in Carmel Valley or other places around the world as you and your wife and family have the opportunity to take more adventures. I think that lies ahead for you. I hope that lies ahead for you. And again, I just thank you so much. We're going to be fine because you've left the department in such great shape and great hands. So I know we'll get by, but I think every one of us would nod when we say it's not going to be the same without you. Thank you so much.
there's so much to say, and I'm trying to organize my thoughts so that they make sense as I communicate them. But I think as my colleagues have kind of touched on, and your colleagues have touched on, the job of county council must be one of the most challenging seats to fill, recognizing the significant competing interests that are coming at you, the diversity of, the dramatically wide diversity of different topic areas that you have to be proficient in, the political dynamics that are at play, the 450,000 residents who are relying on you to do right, the protecting the county's bottom line. The significance of that, I don't think can be understated. And the thing that you have always struck me with, Les, is that you've got the legal side. Like, the legal side's there, but you also managed to bring this very real human side, this very real acknowledgement of our shared humanity, this ability to, I know each one of us are unique and special. Like, we're not always the easiest people to work with. And we will challenge each other, we will challenge you. And you have this way of hearing those challenges and saying, okay, how do I incorporate that feedback? Or how can I help you understand where I'm coming from while incorporating the thoughts that you're adding to the mix? And that's a really rare and special talent to bring that you've brought and you've modeled for everyone around, in our county. So I will say thank you. And the last thing, I'm just going to invoke former Supervisor Jean Parker. And when I was taking this seat, and we would sit and talk, and she offered me not a lot of advice, but one of the pieces of advice that she offered was similar to what Supervisor Adams just said. She said, as you're navigating all of the challenges that will come before you, know that you can always call Les. You can trust Les. You can trust him to share with him whatever the struggle is, whatever the outcome is that you're trying to achieve, like, where do you want to get to? And use Les as a thought partner to help you navigate all of the county bureaucracies and legalities. And you've truly proven to be that ally in the times that I've called you to help navigate through challenging situations. So thank you for building the team that you did. Thank you for everything you've given to Monterey County. There are very few people in county leadership who've left their mark, who have come through and will have left the significance of an impression and a mark on our future and on our county as you have. So thank you. We appreciate you, and I wish you personally the very best in retirement.
Last but not least, Supervisor Church.
Sure. Thank you. Some of you know, my dad served on the board here for many years ago, and as a kid, there was a county council back then, a guy named Stoffers, and and I remember my dad was saying, well, our job is kind of running the county, and I was always kind of wondering, I had to ask him, who's this guy that tells you what you can do up there if you're running? And so as I came in here in this year, I realized really the value of the county council and the importance of not just you and your staff and getting questions answered. And my biggest regret will be that I've only been on here a year and really just got to just hit the skim of your knowledge. And a lot of times things that come up, I tend to like to look at things a little bit different angle sometimes. I've thrown questions at you, probably a few curveballs, but it's hard to get a curveball past you. You know those answers as other members of the county council have stated, and you've always been helpful. And as Supervisor Lopez mentioned, right to you questions out of hours, and you're right on it once you're available. That's all really valuable because you offer that guidance to all of us up here, and I'm really grateful for that particular part. So it's you got to get on with life. I know that, and there is, believe it or not, life outside of law, which you're going to be able to experience. So I wish you really the best, you and your family, and all your service, all that you've done up here, and all the advice that you've given. And I know you've said you're still going to be around and might need to call on you a few times. So this isn't goodbye. It's just taking a break.
All right, thank you to all our colleagues. I want to invite you to come down and ask Lori and Nicholas to come up and take a picture here with the supervisor, then we'll ask them for a picture with all the county council's office. And Lori, one thing I try to get Les to consider a judgeship after in retirement, but he said no. He said he was committed to retirement. So well, we tried. He'd make a fine judge in my mind as well. Family first. Family, and then we'll go to the whole county council. Family, just family. And Leslie, you're here in spirit. That's the family shot. Now the county council's family right here. Yeah. Got to squeeze in as much as we can. Yeah. All right, thank you, everyone. Everyone, we're going to take a quick recess here for about 10 minutes to go into the lobby. We'll be back and we'll pick up on the item on Pajaro. Happy retirement, Les. Thank you for your lifetime of service. Muchas gracias. Thank you. All right, we're going to resume our Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you to all our staff and everyone who helped in that honoring of our county council, Les Gerard. Okay, we're going to, we'll just call the roll once again, just so we could, for the record, since we took that recess. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Okay, we're going to resume and bring back the issue of the Pajaro state funding matter that was continued from yesterday. Our staff is here, ready to come back and present and perhaps look at some refinements in the proposal they put forward yesterday, and perhaps we could hopefully reach a unanimous agreement on that today. So, Kelsey Scanlon, we'll pass the mic to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize in advance for my blotchy face. The roof was leaking above my chair during Les's resolution. So. But seriously, on
awesome.
behalf of the Department of Emergency Management and all disaster victims in the county, thank you for your unwavering commitment to ethical and moral judgments on very complex problems. So that's all I'll say, but thank you.
Well said.
All right, Assembly Bill 102, Pajaro Flood Relief Project proposals continued. So this was the original proposal that was submitted to the board and proposed to the board yesterday. Based on the conversations that we heard from our community members as well as the board members, we are bringing forward 3 potential options for you, varying in strategy and degree. The first option is really moving $9 million to economic recovery and unmet needs. The second and third proposal are making amendments so that the economic assistance is a total of $12 million. And there's 2 different strategies that we'll present. So proposal A, you'll see here that we brought the economic recovery to $9 million, and we cut the housing infrastructure feasibility planning study, as well as the Pajaro Middle School recreation upgrades. We reduced the total amount for the digital message board, as well as the emergency preparedness recovery planning efforts, and then combined the Safe Streets and Community Sign project to a total of $2 million, which will allow for Public Works to flexibly work with that total budget to accomplish not just the Safe Streets program, but the community sign. Option B brings the total individual and economic recovery amount to $12 million. And with this strategy, we kind of shaved a little off of every project, with the housing infrastructure feasibility planning and Pajaro Middle School recreation upgrades completely eliminated. I am hesitant to recommend this particular strategy as it somewhat compromises the feasibility of, or potentially compromises the feasibility of some of these projects when we actually get into implementation. And then the final proposal is project proposal number C, which completely eliminates the community grant program. It eliminates the housing infrastructure feasibility planning project, the Pajaro Middle School recreation upgrade, and combines the Safe Streets and Community Signs project into one, and then reduces the digital message board and emergency preparedness and recovery planning buckets. So we feel that these are 3 very reasonable compromises based on community input as well as board input, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the community residents from Pajaro who returned today for today's meeting, and those who are joining us on Zoom. And thank you just for trying to provide some options that reflect some modifications based on what we heard yesterday. And I think it's important for the community to say that we heard them and we're willing to make some modifications to the original staff recommendation. Going to the first slide, could you put that up, please? The option A. Under this option, there's no money for Pajaro Middle School at all.
That's correct.
Okay, and I see that the Pajaro community sign is also funding is taken out of that.
We moved it to the Safe Streets project. As I said at the beginning of the presentation yesterday, these are really conceptual projects. They're not fully scoped. So with a $2 million budget, we feel that Public Works is able to determine the feasibility of those 3 street improvement projects as well as the community sign.
Great. I appreciate that very much. Okay. Other questions on these options from any of the board members? Supervisor Church.
On questions, I'm still just kind of taking it in right now.
It was a lot to take in. I apologize.
Right. I'm looking at on the community sign. I know it's thrown in here, for example, like on proposal A, but I hope we're looking at a sign that's not a $500,000 sign. I just think something that's going to drape over the roads like we have here in Old Town and Salinas is just probably more than what this community wants or needs, something better than what currently exists. So I don't know if we have narrowed that down to what might be, what the range we're looking at in there, but I sure hope it's not 500,000 is not being considered.
Yeah, I believe the sign in Salinas cost $1.5 million, and we are certainly not proposing that we spend $1.5 million on a full archway. But at this point in time, we're very unclear as to what types of design proposals we might even get. So I think after this has been approved, one of the things that we can do is engage with your office as well as maybe the Arts Council to develop some proposals of what the sign might look like and what that budget might look like.
That was my initial question.
Yeah, and certainly on my point on that, it was never to have exactly the same arch. We just, because the roads are very different. The layout of that community is very different and much more difficult or complex, but certainly having something smaller, but an upgrade to what the simple sign that's out there at this point. So that satisfies my concern. The only other concern I had was just on the Pajaro Middle School. But did we get any, despite yesterday's conversation, any feedback from the superintendent or the Pajaro Valley School District, any of the representatives?
We did not have the opportunity to engage with them after the meeting yesterday, but the proposal that's here really is related to a betterment and not a recovery effort, which is why we felt comfortable in removing this project. We feel that there's potential other grant funds that we could pursue in collaboration with the Unified School District to create a better track.
Okay. And only because we had a school board member and the interim superintendent participating yesterday, I did encourage the school board member that if they had any response after, because I know some of them left after they spoke, I did encourage them to follow up with Supervisors Church and the county, but and I even gave them the email of where to send any correspondence before we make a decision today. And I just wanted to put that on the record that I did encourage them to, hey, if you have any concern after yesterday's conversation, please let us know before we make a decision so we could take that into account, but we did not receive anything.
Our office did not, but I will defer to Supervisor Church.
I didn't get an email. I think I was in an earlier meeting today. There was one of the trustees tried to contact me, but I hadn't had time to respond. It was just too late.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Other comments? Let's go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And then I wanted to be sure, I thought I heard you say that you did not recommend Proposal C.
Proposal B.
Proposal B is the one that you did not recommend.
Yes.
And the primary reason for that one?
Because these are high-level concepts, we don't have a full scope of work or what the actual amount will be for each of these projects. And by under-budgeting, we might possibly compromise the ability to fully complete these projects if we under-budget them now.
Okay. And then if you are looking at A and C, one of the things that I see is different between those two, aside from the $9 million versus $12 million for the unmet needs, is the community grants. And can you just help me know what that's pretty much it right there. I mean, What would you say about that?
So the reason we felt comfortable removing this particular project was because I think some of the comments that were reflected by the community was if we invest in the community members, that they'll continue to do that work in the community themselves, which was the original intent of the community grant program, was to continue to put money into the community. So it's just somewhat of a different strategy for actually putting cash into the community.
So it sounds like C might be a pretty good compromise from where we were yesterday.
It's certainly a very viable option, I think.
And you could get the work done, everyone could get the work done if we went with C.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
I will also say that if the community grants is not, removing of the community grant program is not a feasible option, removing the Pajaro Library for Proposal C is also a potential option. So instead of completely removing community grants, you would completely remove the Pajaro Library project.
Would it be foolish to try to split it into two things? And
Yes.
so everybody got something?
Yeah,
Would you be able to
I fear that with
accomplish-
a reduced budget for the Pajaro Library, you won't be able to accomplish the full scale of the project. And you might be able to accomplish maybe 25 to 50%, if at all. So it's one of those things where it's kind of all or nothing.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. That's essentially the question that I was asking. Sounds like it's a pretty important part of the county's, the Pajaro projects as well, and it's such an important part of people's lives as far as libraries and what they are to a whole community. It really is a gathering space and a little magic carpet from which people can take rides. Okay, so thank you so much for all of that. It's good. I'm good.
Other supervisors? Maybe just put on the screen, because the one option, option C, eliminates the community resource grants. And just for a refresher, you have a slide that lists everything that's under that category. There, yeah, there's quite a bit on there. Yeah, that's it right there. So if the 3 million were to be put towards the individual and small business assistance, these are the programs based on the feedback that was received that would be all eliminated.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Yes, Supervisor Church.
I mean, yeah, that's, oh, could we have that back up again? There we go, thank you. My concern with this is that cutting this out eliminates a lot of things that people have asked for. Mental health services, I've heard that individually at the meetings. We heard that yesterday. There's a lot of economic development in here too. This is the senior, the senior and youth programs. I'm not sure where the community is going to find the funds to do this, to establish this, for a Chamber of Commerce development, jobs and business, these economic equity programs. It's just, trees and community greening, just to enhance them. One thing we've heard here and people expressed is, well, attention should be put into Pajaro. It should have had money put into it, and we all know that. Supervisor Lopez brought up his communities and there, and we don't have that money that we can dip into to do that. It's going to be little pieces. If we ever get something down here again, it's going to be a couple $100,000 here or there. This is one of the things that I see as sort of transformative into the community to show that it's not being neglected. It's a one-time shot, and it covers a whole range of things, including some of this economic needs, which I think is really really important. So I have real trouble cutting that out, because a lot of what people are asking, they're not going to get. And a lot of this has been here, as we saw on the boards that people expressed. This is a lot of these little details that sort of round out this proposal and make it whole. And yet, when you look through here too, a lot of this also supplements a lot of unmet needs. whether it's economic or whether it's individual, and actually targets some of those that specifically haven't been met. So I'm not sure I'm comfortable seeing that just completely gutted. We're just, we're not making the investment to make a better community for the future.
Okay, we're gonna go to Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Askew.
Just a question to Supervisor Church. I concur. Do you, looking at the list, do you have a number that you would feel comfortable at? Is that $1 million? And I mean, this is the sausage making, right? This is when we get into those final details. So is it $1 million? Where would you pull it from?
Well, there's 3 million in there now, right? So the question would be, do you want to leave 2 million for community resource grants and add, bump another $1 million into the individual, the top category from 9 to 10 million? Then it's, you leave 2 million left in for this community development grant, or as it's originally laid out in Proposal A.
Yeah, I mean, $1 million doesn't go as far as it used to go. It seems like a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's totally trying to understand exactly how, what we're going to be covering on these unmet needs, where the overlap is. A lot of this is really hard to make a solid decision right now, and I'm aware that you're going to come back at this at some point here again as you start to flesh this out. So I think there's going to have to be a little bit of give and take as we get a little more details onto this. And I don't know if I'm comfortable and where I'm in the position of understanding where you came to 3 million and putting this down. Because as I look at all those programs that you're talking about, I don't know if there's one in there I can say, yeah, we don't want something for senior services. No, we don't want the, anything to promote the business economic development down there. All these things, cost money. We don't want beautification. Could you give some elaboration maybe on how you came to that number of 3 million?
Quite honestly, it was the remainder after we scoped the rest of the projects. That was what we had left based on what we anticipated the unmet needs category would look like for individuals as well as businesses. The first topic, we worked directly with the disaster case managers to get a better sense of what the actual unmet need was. And then we spoke with workforce development in the survey that they conducted in the business community, and used those two numbers as our baseline for 6 million, the original proposal. And then we worked with each of the departments for the remaining projects to scope what each of those might actually cost, and then the remaining went into community grants. So that was somewhat of the strategy behind that, but we're open to, as I said, the recommendation. There were so many projects that we received throughout the entire community engagement process that we just as a government could not accomplish. And also we felt that it would be better to empower local businesses and local nonprofits to continue to invest in their own community. Because as you've heard, they're here, they've been in the community of Pajaro long before we started engaging after the floods, and they will continue to be here for many, many decades. And so we wanted to continue to invest in those organizations as well. So I think what might be helpful for us to narrow this down a bit more is what the total amount you'd like to see in economic assistance and individual recovery might look like.
So I know I kicked that off with a question, so sorry about that. If I could I come back in just for a second? And maybe I'll make it a little easier, maybe I'll make it a little harder for me looking at, if we could go to C. Sorry, I know we've got you guys skipping around. Generally, I'm supportive of these numbers, but I also had some heartache over the lack of community grants. I would feel comfortable with $1.5 million there. And so where would I propose that come from? I know that 12 was the community goal. I think 11 is there. So if we could take $1 million from top line and then $500,000 from the library, community space and resilience center to put 1.5 into community grants in proposal C. I'm just looking at it, to me, that's kind of,
And I'm good with 2 million there for community grants and adding 1 million to, so it would be a total of 10 million for individual and economic recovery. That's where I'm at.
You're proposing taking them both from top line, all 2 million from top line.
Yeah, just leaving 2 for community resource and moving 1 million up to the top category, individual and recovery, for a total of 10 million.
And in terms of the library and the community resilience center, I know that we have a pretty good size contingency on that as well, so there might be funds that are available at the end of that. But one thing I've heard a lot from that community is there needs to be a central location for people to go to. I mean, this is we're doing the parks here, but to go with that, you also need to have the library. The library isn't open. It needs work on it, and I know there's a lot of expenses coming to here because it's a 3-floor building, and we got to make it ADA compliant. There's no way around that. One thing people in the community have asked is well, can you have a presence out there? Can you meet us out there? There are rooms that are up there that are available for this, and that's one way to, not just for my office, but for county staff, county CBOs, I guess, for that matter, too, to have a meeting space and have the community together. And I'm afraid cutting anything out of that means maybe it jeopardizes and something doesn't get done. Suddenly, well, we can't use the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor. We're not quite there. So I'm afraid to touch that. That and the park are pretty important. I think we're trying to find unanimity here. Supervisor Alejo suggesting keeping 2 in for community resource grants, and I can go with that at that point as well. And I think there's a certain part of that community resource development, actually most of it, that really that ends up going for a lot of those unmet needs and that economic recovery.
So
I'll go with,
So are you saying proposal C with 2 million pulled from top line into community resource development?
Or proposal A,
Yeah.
with pulling 1 million
Proposal A.
up.
yeah, like
It ends up being the same.
But no, because if you take 2 from 9, it's 7. If you take 2 from 12, it's 10. Because you would propose.
no, the modification would be taking 1 million from community grants and
Yes.
putting it towards individual and economic recovery.
From the original.
Exactly.
it is 10.
Okay.
So it would be 10 at the top line, and then 2 for the,
Affirmative.
got it.
And so overall for the public, that's a reflection that instead of the 6 million for individual and economic recovery, it gets bumped by 4 million total. So that's pretty significant.
Affirmative.
Could you support that?
I mean, I'm supporting with that, and I'd be happy to make a motion that we go with the we do that with A and take that 1 million and put it into the unmet needs.
I'll second that. There's been a motion, second on discussion?
Could you please put, so essentially, okay, great.
Sorry.
It's A with the
A1 proposal, which I just
yeah.
put up there.
And that's the only one, those are the only numbers that are tweaked.
Correct. So it's just the change from the 9 and 3, it's now 10 and 2 on those first 2 items.
Through the chair, if I can add a.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I just, again, want to appreciate and recognize our county team that's worked so hard to try to pull all of this together. I think the feedback from the community yesterday was heard loud and clear. And I hope that what we're sort of working through the details here is going to be more responsive. The other thing that I think is important as we move forward and that I want to make sure we keep updated on, so this is how we're spending, this would be proposal for how we spend this AB 102 funding. Could we get a report on the total, the overview of how we've made investments in response to the flooding in Pajaro, There've been sort of a little bit of piecemeal here and here and here and here. We did, some direct economic assistance. We had some money spent that wasn't FEMA reimbursable on other emergency response. We have some other opportunities for funding potentially in different, through different funding sources. If we could get that overview, I think that would be helpful. And then if there's a way to get that overview and include some of the philanthropic dollars that are flowing. I know the Community Foundation had a special fund set up. So I guess I'm comfortable following the lead of the district supervisor on this particular item because I think you've got, you're closest to the need, you're closest to the community members that are working to recover. But to look at this 20 million in isolation of how all these other pieces fit together, if we do the 10 million for proposal A1, it's not that that's only $10 million that's gone to direct economic assistance to residents. That's $10 million in addition to, a couple million other funding sources.
Yeah, we can put together a total summary of federal, state, and local and philanthropic economic assistance for individuals and households.
Okay, I think that would be sort of a helpful update for us to receive. The other thing that I want to acknowledge, the contacts that I've heard from have primarily been the nonprofit community members who have been working so hard to respond, immediately over the long term. The ones who are there day in and day out, and from what I hear, they're exhausted, they're tired, they're stretched thin, and so I want to the CBO grant. That's where we talked about childcare. That's where we talked about additional business investment. That's where we talked about some of those structural wraparounds that allow to leverage other dollars. When you're talking about mental health, sometimes you've got an organization or a nonprofit, and just simply by being able to keep their lights on, they're then able to write for additional grants. There's funding in other places outside of government that can be brought in, but if you don't have that baseline, if you don't have the computer to write the grant, or if you don't have the lights on in the building, it doesn't work out. So I just want to acknowledge that I've heard from those folks as well. But clearly yesterday the need was in direct dollars to respond to immediate issues. So just again, thank you for the response. I want to say thank you to the community. I hope that what we're talking about and what we heard from our state and federal legislators was an ongoing commitment to see us through recovery. This is again one step, and I think we've got many more steps ahead of us. So keeping those lines of communication open, I appreciate all of the feedback.
Yes, so we'll go to Supervisor Lopez now.
Requesting a friendly amendment, more so in direction to staff. As we go through this, timelines can be tough, and we know that's why we're being asked to make decisions now. If there's any overages or projects that we find along the way that we cannot complete in terms of process, I would feel comfortable directing that overage, extra, or not usable funding be kicked into individual and economic recovery if it's found along the way in the process.
Well, I think we should get a report. This money has to be expended by the end of 2025, right? So we have 2024, 2025, and perhaps at 6 months or a year to get an update on how we're doing in terms of rolling out those dollars. So we should not just say, okay, we're not going to do it. We should keep monitoring it and seeing how it's working. And certainly as we get to near the end of the period or before that, we should be looking at how could we redirect money if it's not being expended in any one of these categories.
Absolutely. And our intention with items E and F are to have that regular engagement with the board, providing updates not just to Cal OES, the grantor, but to the board and the public as well about our progress and any changes to budget allocations and where money might be moved or come under budget.
So to Supervisor Lopez's question, the question is we want to just, even now know we're going to get updates and we can make modifications as we figure out how this is working or not working so well. So do it at that time or already make an amendment as Chris is suggesting.
Yeah, I think I prefer just as things come along, it's going to be a fluid, dynamic situation, and we make decisions. This is going to be altered. We all know that. There's going to be things that cost more, it costs less, and we're going to have to see what happens at that point. I just want to point out that this really is a balancing act, because have heard from the community about the unmet needs. A lot of other people, particularly those who are really long-term residents, really want investment into the community, something that's transformative. This is a one-time shot onto that. So that's what we're really trying to do here is to balance those two things out. And I with that unmet needs also, I just kind of want to, just kind of goes with the amendment of the direction that we're looking at, is there are a lot of people that did not get support from FEMA, and I think those need to be the priority. We need to find those who didn't get any support. That includes the businesses, which, and I'm not counting loans as support. We're talking about aid here. The businesses have to be a priority. I think those who are ineligible for FEMA because of immigration status have to be included in there. There's other people who are long-term residents, homeowners or so, that did not get any assistance as well. So we really have to go in and just ferret that out, who those folks really are, and not just look at this as, well, let's see who we just start taking applications in. So I think that's just really important. That's the purpose of this.
Okay. We had, if there's no other discussion, we got a motion and a second. Thank you, staff, again. Thank you to residents of Pajaro who are here and at home on this. But we did make some significant changes to the original proposal, and I want to point that out. And like I said, we hope that this is successful. I think some money is going for direct assistance, but I think there's a reflection that there needs to be some other larger community, I think, enhancements and benefits, improvements that I think will help, will hopefully have a lasting change in uplifting the resources that we have existing in Pajaro as well. So then, yes, Supervisor Lopez.
So I just, for clarity, because the recommendations were up there, I also just wanted to point out that coming out of Budget Committee, the recommendation for the funding necessary on the administrative side came from the county, right? And I think that's important. We want to make sure as many dollars make it to the community, that we're not spending it on our administration and charges, and I think that that's critical. So within the recommendations that I think are part of the motion, I just wanted to point that out before we vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that is correct, right?
Affirmative.
Yes, great. Thank you. An important point for the community to know, because usually any funding, there's some administrative costs, and that's not being taken out of these $20 million. All right. Well, we've had enough discussion then. Thank you for the refinements on this. So if, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to go to our schedule for today. We already took care of our, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors. We're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. We do have a 12 o'clock scheduled this one. Let me see here. Okay, we're going to go to, Madam Clerk will call a roll for the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
So this is item number 4. This is to consider receiving an update on the repair projects at the Pajaro River Levee left bank in Monterey County and provide direction to staff as necessary. And we have Shauna Murray, Deputy General Manager of the Water Resources Agency.
Yes, good afternoon. And I just need a minute to get my presentation up. I apologize. I didn't load it there, so I'm just going to do it through Zoom, if that's
Please bear with us. They're trying to put up the PowerPoint for the public to be able to watch.
All right. So today we just wanted to give a little bit of background about the agency to start, and then we'll get into the presentation of the Pajaro repair project. So, you know, the agency is a public agency through the state act, and we were established in 1947, which is around when the Pajaro levee was developed. And we provide these kind of countywide services for flood control and stormwaters. The mission of the agency is to manage water resources sustainably while minimizing impacts from flooding for present and future generations. So going into the Pajaro levee, we're responsible for the left bank of the system. There is a right bank in Santa Cruz County, but this was established as two different entities managing one system. So the left bank is in Monterey County. It was built in 1949 by the Army Corps of Engineers to provide flood protection for the community. The community is mostly downstream of the levee. It's at River Mile 4, so we have 10 miles of levee in the communities around River Mile 4. This whole system, both right bank and left bank, is in the process of being transitioned to a new joint powers authority, the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency. So going forward, that agency will be really looking at the system holistically and performing maintenance and operations on both sides of the river. And also they are the lead on rebuilding the entire system to protect the community. So as the current status, the agency is this non-federal sponsor. We're transitioning it to this joint powers authority. So that means that the Army Corps of Engineers, they still have oversight, they inspect the facility, but they look to a local agency to do kind of the day-to-day operations. So that transition started on July 1st through numerous agreements that were approved by this board. The revenues have transitioned to the new agency, and the real estate is in transition to going to PERFMA. So at this point, that will be moved over, and then the final step will be updating the operations and maintenance manual. So as far as the current repairs, the agency did request federal assistance for damages that occurred in 2023 based on the severity of those damages. There were 51 individual sites that were identified by the agency through inspections, but there was 3 critical sites that I'll focus on first. That rehabilitation assistance from the federal government was approved in June for those 3 critical sites with a goal to complete the work prior to this winter. So just kind of a brief overview of the location of the sites. Site 1 is where the original breach occurred on March 10th, and it was upstream of the town of Pajaro. Site 2 is located under the Highway 1 bridge, and Site 3 is located near the mouth of the river. So Site 1 was completed. This was, again, the original breach location upstream of the town. There were temporary repairs performed immediately after the breach occurred by the State Department of Water Resources. The landowners and growers were incredibly supportive and helpful on getting these repairs, both the temporary repairs and the permanent repairs completed. And the Army Corps did take the lead on those permanent repairs. Those were completed in early October. So just kind of a recap of what the breach looked like back in March. This is that location. The temporary repairs, this is a picture of that. And now we have a rebuilt levee. So this is the good news of what the levee looks like at this point. Moving on to Site 2 under Highway 1 bridge. On this site, the construction is pending. There was severe erosion on the landward side of the levee due to the floodwaters. Other critical infrastructure was also impacted through this storm, and so there has been quite a bit of community coordination through numerous partners to get that infrastructure repaired, and all of that other infrastructure is completed. Again, the landowners and growers in the area have been very helpful in providing access and staging locations. The current request is that they continue to provide access to these adjacent areas through July of 2024. That request came from the Army Corps of Engineers. At this point, there's a final design to complete the repairs, and a contractor has been selected. We don't have a construction start date at this time. So the site, back in March, this is what the site looked like. The levee in this picture on the right should be over here to the right, but it is not there at this point. And you can see some other infrastructure damage there. The current status, we're now looking kind of upstream, and the levee should be located in this region. There is some levee remaining off towards the riverside. Moving to Site 3, the construction on this site is in progress, and the landowners and growers, again, have been providing access to the land and for staging for the contractor. So the contractor mobilized in early October. There have been some delays in completing this project, and therefore the Army Corps has requested extended rights through March 2024 to complete the project and do all final inspection and cleanup of the site. So this site, back in March, this is what it looked like. It is a full breach. You can see the ocean off in the distance. The water was flowing out in that direction. And currently, these are pictures from this morning. There have been some progress on dewatering the site. This is kind of a complicated site. You can see there's a lot of water in the river off in the background. And so some of the site needs to be secured to start building the levee. The levee is severely eroded. In the picture, it's kind of in the foreground that it is eroded, and then it's needs to be rebuilt in this area. So there have been other repair and maintenance activities that have been ongoing since this happened back in March. The Water Resource Agency did clean up all of the flood fight materials and all kind of the temporary protective measures that were out there. This allowed us to get in and do the resurfacing and compaction of the levee that was needed. So we did about 5 miles of levee resurfacing and compaction. We did address all the damages that were covered in that list of 51, except for the 3 priority sites that the Corps is repairing. So the remaining sites have been completed, and PERFMA has also been doing repair and maintenance. They're both performing routine maintenance as well as vegetation maintenance and a culvert replacement project at Site 3. They have requested an additional year of support from the Water Resource Agency, and this is for both routine maintenance and emergency response, and this is really just to make that transition very smooth. So the agency has agreed to that and ratified those documents. So here's a picture of some of the vegetation treatment that has been performed, as well as some of the compaction on the levee. As far as moving forward, the agency will continue to partner with PERFMA to maintain the Pajaro levee. The Army Corps of Engineers is engaged on rehabilitation assistance at these 2 critical levee repair sites that remain. And the agency has completed the other storm damage repairs from last winter. We've also made sure the community has the flood preparation materials stockpiled throughout the area through our flood fight containers and sandbag areas. And the local emergency managers are coordinating and prepared for the upcoming winter through over these next few months. So this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Shauna, for the presentation and for the update for us and for the public. Just on when you talk about resurfacing and the compaction of levees, the 5 miles, what does that entail? What equipment goes in there to do that? Just so the public knows. Vegetation trimming, that's easy, but what does it entail when you're actually resurfacing and compacting levee?
So it's a variety of different heavy equipment with some different type of roller devices that were able to do some compaction on areas. There also was some grouting. So for areas that had any holes or seepage, there was grouting, and then also just bringing in base rock. So it's a lot of heavy equipment driving up and down on the sides and the top of the levee and bringing in new material to kind of just, it's a maintenance activity.
Great. Thank you for that. Other questions and comments on this presentation? Supervisor Church.
Thank you for all, this great report and for all the good work, working on these 40 different sites that needed some minor repair done to them. Having been up there, where site one was, and seeing the vegetation removal, the other work done, see what the work the Army Corps did up there. That part of the levee is best it's been in many, many years. I mean, I don't think we could have done anything better in this short time frame. So that's good news. It's good to see the Army Corps back on Site 3, but I just want to publicly express I'm just disappointed in the slowness of their movement onto some of those other sites, and we've done everything from our end to expedite that, I know.
Okay. Other comments from the board? Anybody? How about comments from the public? Anybody in the audience? Anybody online?
There's a hand raised, but I don't know if it's for this one.
Okay, we'll check. We're on item number 4 on the Monterey County Water Resources Agency agenda on this update on the Pajaro River levee left bank improvements needed.
Howard?
Howard, are you speaking on this item? Oh, okay, maybe not. We'll close public comment.
There's Mark Strudley.
Oh, Mark Strudley. Thank you very much. Dr. Strudley, please.
Hi, members of the board. I just want to thank Shauna and her team for just doing such a super diligent job in preparing the levee system for this winter. The amount of work that's gone into the levee system this year and prepping for the winter has been nothing short of Herculean. There's just been a lot. I just want to underscore how much work has been done out there by both PERFMA, but as well as Monterey County Water Resource Agency. And by the way, for those that are listening and don't know, I'm the executive director of the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency. We're continuing to work very strongly with Monterey County Water Resource Agency and the Army Corps to support those emergency repairs. And we are always ready and standing by to assist in whatever way we can. And thank you for the time to comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strudley, and your partnership with us on getting this work accomplished. Anyone else? Seeing no other further comments, this was just consider receiving an update, so no action is necessary. Thank you, Shauna Murray, for your leadership on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to read out a closed session on this agenda.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to recess, I think, on this tomorrow as well. So
we'll just recess on this meeting tomorrow because we're going to continue closed session. Okay. So we will recess the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Now we're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, our regular agenda. It says it was a consent item trailed from December 5th, 2020, from yesterday. Is that correct?
I'll take the lead on this.
Yeah, and this is just for the public. It says this is a resolution continuing for an additional 60 days the proclamation of local emergency for the 2023 March winter storms and atmospheric river event that started on March 9th, 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. The resolution that was on file yesterday was a fairly standard ratification of the emergency arising from the March 2023 winter storms. However, in light of the current conditions, and you heard Ms. Murray describe the current conditions, we're making some changes to the resolution. I've shared my screen. Hopefully everybody can see it. The red language is what is new. There are a number of recitals pointing out the work at Site 2 and Site 3 that needs to be done, that the Army Corps has approved the levee repairs. and is working in cooperation with the Water Resources Agency, the county, and the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency, has successfully rebuilt the site at the initial breach, which is Site 1, noting that it's critically important that the Army Corps' work continue to expeditiously address the erosion at Site 2 and Site 3, and that the Water Resources Agency, the county, and the management agency continue to work with the Army Corps on the reconstruction of Sites 2 and Sites 3, and then adding that the Army Corps is requested and urged to expeditiously work on and complete the work on Sites 2 and 3 for the protection of life and property in and around the Pajaro community. And then there is the standard ratification of the proclamation of emergency for the March storm. So we would ask the board to adopt this revised resolution ratifying the proclamation of emergency for the March 2023 winter storms.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, wait, let me just go to public comments first. Any public comments on this revised proclamation of local emergency for the 2023 March winter storms and atmospheric river event? Anybody in chambers? Anybody online? Thank you very much. We'll come back and entertain a motion by Supervisor Church. He moves this recommended action and the modified resolution, seconded by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, County Council, for those changes. We're now going to go to item number 11.
That's Pajaro. We did that one already.
Oh, is it? Okay. Just repeat on my.
Yes, sorry.
All right, we're on item 15. Thank you very much. This is to accept the County Administrative Office budget end of year report for fiscal year 22-23, and authorize the CAO and the Auditor Controller to make fund balance designations for the fiscal year 2023-24 specified in attachment A. To present, we have our Assistant CAO, Ezequiel Vega. So we'll pass the mic to you. And then right after that, we'll go right into the Caltrans Garapata Bridge Rails matter.
So good afternoon, board members, members of the public. As indicated, my name is Ezequiel Vega, and I'll be presenting to you the budget end of year report. This report was presented to the budget committee last week on Wednesday, and we received some feedback from the committee that will be incorporated as part of the presentation. So if you would like to make any statements before that, committee members, no, okay, sounds good. So I'll use that, incorporate that as part of the presentation itself for expediency. So before going into the presentation itself, I want to thank all the departments for their great effort on managing their budget for last fiscal year. Also their finance staff for all the work that they have done to make this possible, along with the budget analysts that have been working with them on making this report possible. So the fiscal year end 22-23 budget end of year report, as we know at the BEAR, is one of those reports that starts the process for the next budget cycle for fiscal year 24-25. So it gives the Board of Supervisors and the public an opportunity to see how we ended the year for the prior year. It also gives us an opportunity to start determining if there is any excess fund balance for the end of the fiscal year and how that fund balance could be utilized. And as you can see on the slide in front of you, the results for fiscal year 22-23 were positive, resulting in a net result of an assigned fund balance of $13.3 million for the current fiscal year. This is prior to the recommendations that were alluded in the introduction of this item and that will be described in the next slide. What is important to note from these results is that we ended the year actually with a positive amount of approximately $50 million for the end of the fiscal year. And as part of the direction that the board had provided to our office during the budget adoption process, one of the priorities that the board had is that they wanted to ensure that the strategic reserve was replenished, because we know that we're going to start seeing more and more emergencies coming and impacting our county. So we replenished the strategic reserve by adding $36.5 million to that strategic reserve. If you recall, the board had approved throughout the year the utilization of approximately $52 million to respond to the storms in March and January of 2023. And of that $52 million, we were able to replenish 36.5. In addition to that, the recommendations that are in front of you, our office is also recommending to designate $587,000 for the revenue stabilization assignment. That's for the county to have the ability to make payments to outside agencies into the next fiscal year. As you know, we pay those agencies based on a formula that is based on a prior year actuals. And since we received these revenues the prior year, we're setting that aside so that we could make that payment this year, because the payment will be expected to be a larger payment into the current year. In addition to that, we're also recommending designating $264,000 to the general capital assignment for a project for the Agricultural Commissioner Department in South County. This was discussed during the Budget Committee meeting, and the Budget Committee actually supported a greater amount being assigned for this project for $971,000 instead of the $264,000. In addition to that, our recommendation is to also add $150,000 to the capital assignment as well. And in this instance, this will be used for elections capital equipment. This is something that our office has been recommending over the many years, as we know that the elections department is going to be faced with replacing some of the old equipment over time, and the department has been proactive and generating savings from year to year that will directly serve to fund this specific project. In the instances of these two departments where we are recommending a designation to be used for those capital projects that they have identified, those departments have actually generated savings for those specific fiscal years. So it'll be a direct relationship between the performance of their budget and the amount that will be designated for these purposes. It is worth noting that what you had seen on the previous slide, going back to that, we had $13.3 million of unassigned fund balance. So if all the recommendations are approved, that will mean that approximately $1.5 million or so will be dropped from this bottom line, and we will have $1.5 million less than the $13.3 million that you see on the screen. So all of that, I think, is good news, but it is worth noting also, as you recall, throughout the year, we have had numerous requests for wage analysis increases, for premium increases for health insurance and other cost drivers that have been affecting the county's finances. So our estimate indicates that that cost in aggregate for fiscal year 23-24 will amount to approximately $12.3 million. So the original recommendation that we had, they took that into account. So if you assign more than what our original recommendation was, it will mean that we will have a little less than the $12.3 million that we had envisioned when we generated this report and this recommendation. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. So with that, I just jump into the rest of the presentation, why we had the results that we actually had for the end of the fiscal year. And that's a result of the general revenue in the fund, in the general fund continuing to grow. As you can see in the trend in the chart in front of you, you see that revenue continued to grow for fiscal year 22-23 to $798 million compared to $656 million in 18-19, and it's even also higher than the last fiscal year in 21-22. So a lot of that good performance in revenue had to do with the continuous growth on property taxes and other discretionary revenue. And program revenue also grew, but overall expenditures have grown to a greater extent than the revenues have, and you'll see that in some of the upcoming slides. Focusing more on the revenue performance compared to budget, for fiscal year 22-23, the county general fund had $788 million in revenue compared to $815 million in the budget. So that is lower than the budget, but it is also worth noting that the expenditures that we incurred throughout the year were also lower. Therefore, we had an excess of fund balance throughout the year. One of the important drivers of this increase in revenue for the fiscal year is the non-program revenue for the county. As you can see, property taxes amount to approximately $271 million for the total revenue for the county. If you look at the previous slide, we had, of the total discretionary, we had $327 million. So out of the $327 million, 271.1 actually corresponds to property taxes. So that is the most significant revenue source by far. Actually, taxes overall, I'm sorry for misspeaking there, but taxes overall, $271 million. Out of the $271 million, $208 million correspond to property taxes. So the point here is that what we need to ensure is that we need to continue monitoring any developments in the overall property taxes for the county, because any type of a slowdown in that revenue source or any type of decrease could significantly impact the county's ability to continue to provide services to the community. And we have seen actually some trends in some of the departments. As you recall, the assessor had made a couple of presentations during last fiscal year where they had indicated that they had seen a trend in the slowdown in the revenue sources that they receive. And in fact, that is the reason why they had a deficit in fiscal year 22-23. And it's typically an early indicator of what is going to happen in the market. When you see that revenue source beginning to slow down at the assessor level, then you potentially are going to see some reduction or slowdown in the revenue generation in property taxes. So it's something that we have to continue to watch as we move forward with the budget process for next fiscal year. And other components of discretionary revenue that also impacted the bottom line results for fiscal year 22-23 include transient occupancy tax, also known as TOT, and cannabis taxes. And as you can see, the TOT revenues actually have experienced some growth over the last couple of fiscal years, but actually you see a decrease from fiscal year 21-22 into fiscal year 22-23 of approximately $1.9 million. And that's mostly related to the impacts that we see from the storms in March and January of the fiscal year. Not as many visitors were coming to the county during that time as expected because we were being impacted by that. So for the current fiscal year, we're also estimating on early estimates. We see a similar trend for the first quarter of the current year as the one from last fiscal year. So we estimate that TOT is going to be similarly about $38.5 million for the current year compared to $38.1 from fiscal year 22-23. That's also depending on what happens with any potential storms that we may face during the year, any other emergencies. So it's just a very highly volatile revenue source. So we had to continue to monitor that to ensure that estimates are on target. On the opposite side of that, you see the cannabis revenue significantly decreasing. And I know that the board and the public is fully aware of what has been happening with the industry facing significant challenges. And due to those challenges, the Board of Supervisors did approve the reduction on some of the taxation rates for this industry and also implement the payment plans, so on and so forth. So you see actually the revenue collected for fiscal year 22-23 being affected accordingly because of those actions. On the other side of the coin, you see the expenditure trend that also continues to grow significantly. Expenditures grew to $856 million for the fiscal year, with approximately $78 million of that being one-time in nature expenditures, with a significant portion of that being the response of the county to the emergencies. But we do have ongoing costs that continue to grow, estimated $40 million for salaries and benefits into the general fund. So when you look at the overall balance of revenues and expenses, yes, both are continuing to grow, but the revenues are not growing to the level that will allow the county to continue to sustain this level of service into next fiscal year. This slide now compares the overall expenditure levels to the budget, and as you see, the budget was significantly higher than the actual expenditures, but as indicated before, since revenues were higher, the overall bottom line for the county was positive for fiscal year 22-23. Nevertheless, we are going to also have to continue to contend with ongoing cost growth. And in addition to that, we're going to have to look at the main cost drivers that drive those increases in cost. And as you can see from this slide, salaries actually is the largest cost driver for the county. And it actually grew significantly from fiscal year 2021 all the way to 22-23 due to the recently approved labor agreements over the last few years, and also the ongoing wage and analysis studies that have been performed to bring the pay for many positions in the county on par with the market, to ensure that employees who work and perform important services for the county are compensated accordingly with other jurisdictions that perform similar type of services. But that has resulted overall in an overall cost increase of, when you look at the base from fiscal year 2018-19, we were at $12.8 million in cost for all the different cost drivers. And right now we're in fiscal year 22-23, a few years later, at $90.9 million cumulative cost increases over time. In addition to that, the county is going to have to continue to contend with the unfunded liabilities costs that continue to grow. The last report I have provided to you had shown positive results in this area because we were looking at that column for fiscal year 21-22, where you see because of the stock market results and the investments by CalPERS, the unfunded liability decreased from $780 million to $505 million. But given that the market actually flipped for the following fiscal year, then you saw that unfunded liability grow to $866 million. And also, good news on this area is that the Board of Supervisors has been proactive and implemented an unfunded accrued liability program where the county is contributing. In addition to the contribution that we pay to CalPERS, we also are setting aside additional funds in a Pension 115 trust that is beginning to help. That will help the county eventually pay down this liability. As of the last actuarial report that we have received, we had $81.3 million in that one pension trust. Overall, we had mentioned the impact that the storms and the different impacts that the community had to face over the last fiscal year, how that impacted the finances of the county, and specifically the strategic reserve. As you can see, the county had good financial policies in place to have a strong strategic reserve in place. That is 10% of the overall 10% of the overall general fund revenue, and that goal had actually been met for the last 4 fiscal years. But given that we had to tap into that strategic reserve last fiscal year, that strategic reserve balance was reduced to the low $20s million. But after we replenished that with $36.5 million in the last fiscal year, the balance stands at $63.7 million. That is still approximately $20 million short from the target of 10% established by the county policies. And in accordance to the county policies, we have 5 years to replenish that to the full amount of the 10% once you have made that drawdown from that reserve. So by placing $36.5 million back into the reserve this fiscal year, this allows us a more manageable approach into restoring this strategic reserve over the next 4 fiscal years or so. So overall, this was possible because a lot of the departments within the county were judicious on how they managed their budget, where they were fiduciaries of those funds, and they were able to end the year and positive notes for the fiscal year. In addition to that, we also received, as you recall, approximately $23 million as an advance from the state of California to help us offset some of the costs in order to respond to the emergencies. Of those $23 million, $9.4 million approximately were deposited into the general fund, and the majority of the remainder was deposited into the other funds that incurred the cost to respond to the emergencies. On the overall departmental performance, you see that there are a few departments that had challenges meeting their general fund contribution targets. One of them we already mentioned before was the assessor, and the assessor had provided ongoing reports to the budget committee and to the board as to why they were experiencing those challenges. And in fact, they had projected initially that they'll have a deficit of over $1 million, but due to some of the actions that they took early and some cost-cutting measures, they were able to bring that deficit back from about $1 million to $876,000. So the actions that they took early were able to help them perform better than initially anticipated. We also have 3 other departments that ended the year at a deficit: the district attorney, the public defender, and also, who am I missing? The health department. So with those departments, we've been in communication with them, and in the case of the health department, the reason for the deficit is that they had billed for some revenue to the state or other grants, and they were not able to receive those dollars by the end of the accrual period. That means by the end of August, but they anticipate receiving those funds in the current fiscal year. So that will mean that the general fund will be made whole by that deficit. Similarly, a similar situation happened with the public defender, where they will use some of their funds that they already received into restricted fund balance, and they'll transfer those during the current fiscal year, and they'll make the general fund whole as well. On the district attorney, we'll continue to work with them to ensure that the deficit that occurred for the year will not happen to the future. And in fact, this department has been very judicious also in prior years managing their budget, and they have not experienced a deficit in the past. So this is a one-time occurrence, and we are confident that the management of the district attorney's office will be able to work with us to ensure that this doesn't happen into the future. Overall,
Sorry, did you see the assessor's office as well on that one?
Yes, correct. That's the first department that I mentioned. They had projected a deficit of approximately $1 million initially, but the end of year was better than they had projected at $876,000 loss. Yes.
And Mr. Vega, what about the sheriff's department? Because we always get their numbers towards the end, and based on my past years on the budget committee, it would be 3 or 4, maybe sometimes more than that, in the deficit at the end of the fiscal year. So this only says that there's still, at this point, they would still be within budget.
Correct. This is for fiscal year 22-23.
Oh, from last year, yeah.
Last year. So they were within budget because, as you recall, the Board of Supervisors did provide them additional funding for the year. They came with a couple of reports, and they requested approximately $4 million in funding. So with some of the careful management that they did and the extra dollars that the Board of Supervisors provided, they were able to come at the end of the year with a surplus for that fiscal year because of those extra $4 million that you provided in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you get a lot more money, and then you're within budget. Yeah.
So what I wanted to also mention to you is that the part of the reason why also we were able to continue to provide services at the levels that we were for the last few fiscal years, even though some jurisdictions were having challenges, is because we received a significant infusion of revenue from the federal government in the form of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. Of those, we have spent for the county a significant amount already over the last few fiscal years. The Board of Supervisors budgeted $17 million in the general fund for the current fiscal year and has allocated $877 million for the upcoming fiscal year. Also, similarly for other funds, the board has budgeted $8.5 million for fiscal year 23-24 for other funds outside of the general fund. So what that leaves us is with $26.1 million that are budgeted that were used in fiscal year 22-23, another $26 million that has been allocated for the current fiscal year. So that will leave us with only about $1.2 million on unused funds. And given the action that was taken earlier today during the agenda, $70,000 of that will be allocated for the position for Department of Emergency Management, plus another $70,000 for the following fiscal year. So we will have to reduce to approximately $1.1 million available. So we know that there are some requests by some departments for the utilization of these funds. Those are delineated in the report itself. One of them is the Department of Emergency Management that has requested dollars for a position. In addition to that, also we have the Department of Public Works, which identified approximately $10 million or so in needs for capital projects. We know that given that we only have about $1.1 million of unspent funds, that will not be sufficient. And also the Department of Social Services at some point had indicated that they could potentially need some funds. So what I recommend that we do is that with those funds, the Board of Supervisors could say, you know what, these dollars will be set aside where they are currently on the liability account, and then evaluate any requests that may be coming from departments. We will have a mid-year report that will be presented to you in February. We'll do an evaluation of where we are at the middle of the fiscal year for all departments, what the forecast looks like for the following fiscal year, and at that point, the Board of Supervisors could use a systematic approach of all the different requests that come in front of you and start allocating those funds at that point. Another approach could be that you wait until the budget process and through the budget hearings and then allocate those funds at that point. So those are a couple of potential options that you have. And the funds will still be sitting aside on a separate account where they will not be touched until you provide us direction on how to use those funds. So looking ahead on what this means for us into the future is that we are estimating for the current fiscal year a potential budgetary gap of approximately $12.3 million, as I have mentioned earlier, due to the many different cost drivers that are impacting the county, including salary increases, wage analysis that have been performed, premiums, increases on health insurance. And for next fiscal year, this is a very early estimate. Just looking at some of the assumptions that we have made for the prior fiscal year in terms of revenue, is that we are seeing a gap of $36.9 million into next fiscal year. I know that we have been discussing this concept over the last year or so, but we do anticipate that we will have to make reductions going into the next fiscal year. In addition to that, we continue to have a significant amount of capital needs for the overall county. On this table, you will see that a total number of unfunded projects, $819 million, and we have funded approximately $80.4 million of that as a county. So overall, every year, we see many different requests from departments that require the utilization of one-time funds for capital projects that are important for the community and for the delivery of services. So what I would like to ask is that as we move forward and you start getting requests for capital projects, that we start looking at the attachment B that is attached to the staff report in order to, that every time that we receive a request for anything that has to do with the issuance of debt or maybe building new projects or looking at overall priorities, that we look at that list so that we could start prioritizing what will be the most important projects that the Board of Supervisors deem are appropriate to start funding, either with one-time funds, and if the Board of Supervisors deem it's appropriate to issue debt, also to prioritize those. Because we will have a limitation on how much debt we could use overall as we move forward. As you know, this county doesn't generally do general obligation bonds, but we do a lot of certificates of participation. Those certificates of participation require that we have an asset identified that use in the form of a collateral, in essence, to issue that debt. And we have a limited capacity there, so we'll have to start evaluating that as we start prioritizing what projects will be identified for the potential issuance of debt. With that being said, I just want to also make a couple of caveats. The Department of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks continues to work with our office and with the different departments on identifying potential new projects that they are going to be identifying for the next budget cycle. So the list that you have in front of you in this report is not necessarily all-inclusive of all the potential needs that the county may have. Another caveat to this is also that there was a proposal that was brought in front of the board by the Public Works Department some months ago related to the road fund. That specific proposal called for the utilization of fund balance from the road fund to start building start repairing some of the roads within the county. So the department hasn't been able to implement that plan specifically because of all the different demands, specifically because of the response to the emergencies that we had to face. But in conversations with the department, they have indicated that they have a commitment to work with our office on budgeting for those projects using fund balance into fiscal year 24-25 to start with that first number of projects that were identified as higher priority and move those forward. And then going forward, the Board of Supervisors conceptually approved that plan where they will use fund balance for the first couple of years, and then eventually we will be issuing debt for the remaining of the projects. So there was about a 3-2 and one of the board meetings where that direction was provided. So when that occurred, I think that when we get closer to the issuance of debt, we will be discussing the specifics about that debt issuance. But I also want to point out that the issuance of debt for the road fund it will be a special revenue bond for a certificate of participation. In essence, the road fund will be paying down that debt using their own revenues over time. So they will not be tapping into general fund resources to pay that debt. The only thing that will affect the general fund going forward will be that if we have a capacity of how many properties we could use as collateral for the issuance of that debt, we will be tapping that collateral at some point. So I think that will be important also as we issue debt at that point. The board could decide, no, we don't want to issue COP through the general fund tying those resources. The board could make a decision that they want to use a special revenue bond, using the revenue directly from the road fund without tying any resources associated with the general fund for that purpose. So that will be an option for the board also, but that's not a decision for today. It'll be a decision that you will be able to make when we cross that bridge, so to say. Yeah. Yes, yeah. All right. So with that, we'll go back to just the recommendations that I have provided to you at the beginning of this presentation, and that concludes my presentation, and I'll be open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Vega, and your team for all your work on this mid-year budget report. Let's open up for questions from the board, first of all. I don't see any questions. Any questions from the public? Let's go to questions from the public first. None online? Okay, so then let's go back to the board.
All right.
Well, because I asked for public, nobody raised their hand, so then I go, and then I can't just keep going back and forth.
That's fine. During the budget committee, when we were talking about the strategic reserve and trying to get up to the 10%, also raised the issue of that there's some FEMA funds that are going to be coming in. And I think there's FEMA owes us stuff going back to 2017 or even earlier. How much is FEMA owing us at this point?
It's a significant amount. So before answering that question, there's a report that will be going to the budget, to the Capital Improvement Committee next week. where there'll be a summary of all those projects that the county has been incurring expenses for, and it delineates the total amount that has been billed and how much is outstanding. So I'll look at that report, and then I'll probably provide you a summary of that as a response to your question right now. And also that'll be a matter of public record next week when the CIC hears that. So because I don't have a summary right now for you, so I think that's the best response I could give you, but let's look at that. I'll provide you a summary. I could send an email to all of you so you could see what that is with a summary, but I will be looking at that report that encompasses that information.
Okay. Any other questions? This is Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I think more comments at this point. So
Yeah, sure.
I just want to share, looking at this obviously as the figures that we're talking about here are significant, and congratulate all those departments who were able to do what they needed to do to keep us in a position where we're having a conversation about a balance at the end of the year that is significant. And I think there's a couple pieces here that as we move forward, I was hoping to call out. One of them has come up for me overnight, and so I know this is going to catch everybody a little off guard, but it is about that ARPA money. It's a request I'd like to make of the board today. If you haven't read some of what's happening to the Project Home Key project in King City, many of those projects, that particular project manager has made some extremely bad decisions and put a lot of these projects at risk. And as part of that, the transition plan for the folks that we've been a partner in King City, that we moved out of the river, are at risk of being pushed out of their housing by the end of the month, around Christmas. So we've identified matching funds, and if we could put forward $100,000 from to DSS for that effort, we have a match of about 250 identified, and we would be able to take care of those families through June. And so giving us time to iron out that issue. So I wanted to throw that out there, see if there was support from my colleagues to help take care of those families, give them a little Christmas miracle, given everything we're facing.
Well, I don't think we can make a decision on that today because this is just a report. It's not agendized to take action on it, on a budget matter. I think we need to do that. But I did speak to Roxanne because this is a real issue. There was for my colleagues that are not unaware of this, there was an article that came out. It was a real estate publication, but it was on Shangri-La Construction that is not only a partner on the hotel conversion projects in Monterey County, specifically the Goodnight Inn in Salinas and the one that was acquired in King City, but also the projects in Santa Rosa and other parts of the state. They're based in Los Angeles, but the article was pretty critical. I think more needs to come out on that, but it was highlighting how when they approve them getting a grant, the state HCD gives them a grant, they purchase the hotels, then they were immediately going and taking out more loans on the hotel that they just purchased through the Project Home Key funding. And then shortly after taking out those additional loans, using those hotels, then they were going to default. So this is an issue that's at HCD right now. They're concerned about all the projects that they were supposed to be implementing throughout the state, but it has now left those families in King City in a situation because I think the county and the continuum of care had provided some funding to remove some families out of the Salinas River that were homeless, put them into a hotel until this hotel conversion could happen, and then they would be able to move into that place. But now construction has stopped. We're not getting a response from Shangri-La Construction, and now the money that to temporarily house those families at the hotel is ending. And that's where Chris is now trying to find an emergency funding to keep those folks housed until this issue could be settled out, which it seems it's going to take some time. And just as the chair of the Continuum of Care, the Leaving Home Leadership Council, we're also looking to see how we could help in this situation when we meet next week on Wednesday, because we realize this work is not easy. It's one thing when you're dealing with trying to get our residents to homelessness, but now when it's actually our partners that are not acting in accordance with what they should be doing, now it's creating additional barriers on that side as well. And this is one of those rare examples where this is before us now, and we have to act soon because this is our last meeting here, and we do have to figure out something for them. So, CEO, I don't know, just on that question that Chris raised here, or County Council, what may be the best course of action to be able to respond to what Chris just raised?
This is more than just recommendations. We're authorizing, balance transfer, so I would
That
seem
was
like
my
we
hope,
could.
given that we might have some flexibility there, council.
Yeah, that's the requested action, is to make certain designations for the remaining fund balance. And so to the extent that a different or modified designation can be made, the resolution and attachment A can be
Modified. Okay, good.
Your other option, Chair, I must say, is you could call a special meeting between now and the end of
No need to. If we could do it today, if you opine that we can move forward, I would certainly be very supportive of that.
So that would be my hope. And again, I know it's catching everybody off guard. For those of you who noticed, I stepped out of Tampson this morning. Those were some of the issues I was trying to prepare and get ready for today. But looking at this, I mean, we're talking about children as well, homeless children who it took a long time to get those families to agree to come out of the river. So keeping them housed through that window for $100,000 out of ARPA, leaving us a balance there of $1 million rather than the 1.1 would be my request. The other pieces in here, you know, that I know that there's some other things, so I'll wait to see if there's questions, but I wholeheartedly support everything brought forward after our conversation at Budget Committee. You know, there's good things that are here, given the options that are before us, right? And having the amount of balance that we're talking about to cover potential future needs on estimates, it's a great position to be in. So just want to commend all those departments who did what they could to put us in this position now, especially looking forward. Especially HCD, that was a big balance, so thank you.
Thank you, HCD. Yes, and the last comment on King City, I think I want to commend King City because they, out of all the South County cities, they have really stepped up and rolled up their sleeves with the county, with our continuum of care to do this. It's unfortunate they're in a situation, but to get some help, at least for the interim, till we could figure out and see what actions the state could take to help here too. I think this is the right thing to do, especially during this winter, and knowing that, and I think if any of our colleagues have questions, please contact Roxanne, but this is an emergency situation for the families, and Chris is absolutely right. These families were challenging at first. They get housed temporarily, and then they go back to the river, and it was a back and forth. This is the first time where they're willing to get into programs and services. And it was dangerous for those kids to be out in the Salinas River, where there was some death and flooding not too long ago. So I'd be very supportive, and thank you for raising that as a quick action to help out the situation there. Supervisor Church, you said you had something?
Well, yeah, I did a little bit, and I was hoping we might have something a little harder on those FEMA funds that are coming back, because we do have some time to get to that 10%, and knowing that we're going to have some of these funds coming back, I don't have really a clue of how. I know it's a substantial amount, but I'd just be pulling numbers out of my head if I tried to say something. And you know, then we refer to the roads, and the roads have been constantly neglected. Every time we have to cut something, it's always the roads, and they never get repaired. It's whatever, $600 million at least now. We're in the hole to try to get them up to fair. So when I look at, we got a surplus here, a pretty large surplus going to strategic reserve. We put it in there. It's in there. We can't really take it out again. You know, I'm just wondering, or trying to find a way historically, having a better picture of whether or not a certain part of that strategic reserve shouldn't be going to try to do something on our roads, which have been neglected for decades. But I want to make sure we get our 10% up, and not having that completely on FEMA. Do we have any kind of a rough number of knowing what we're talking about? Are we talking about 20 million, 50, 60, 70 million? What are we talking about?
At least for the last fiscal year 22-23, right? We had invested as a county approximately $52 million that we knew of from the strategic reserve. And for last fiscal year, we didn't really receive so much of a payment from FEMA. So at least we have that much coming based on whatever will be eligible for reimbursement and the percentage that FEMA will pay for a specific project. So not all of it will be coming back. So it has a lot of variables. So at least I'll say that amount should be coming forward. Out of that 52, the $23 million that the state gave us actually was an advance on the FEMA portion of it. So then you'll have to take that into account. So let's say about $30 million rough estimate, at least on what potentially could be coming from FEMA. And I'll get you a report by fiscal year so that you will be able to see for the 2017 storms and everything else. So I'll work on that as for the next board meeting. so that you have that. And if we have it before, I'll send it to all of you via email so you have that information.
That's at least 30 million. That's just from the last year. And I know from looking at earlier in the year at some numbers that we have money that's owed to us from at least 2017, and I think even prior to that. So anyway, that's
Right.
Chair, if I could
Yes,
just
please.
clarify real quickly what you can do today.
Yes, thank you.
What is noticed is making certain unassigned fund balance designations as set forth in Attachment A. If you look at Attachment A to the resolution, that's a total of about $1 million. So whatever you want to do has to take out of what is recommended in Attachment A and put somewhere else for the purpose that Supervisor Lopez has indicated. So that's what you have to work with.
Right, because that's what's noticed there. Okay.
Then does that mean
Can we
as an,
put attachment A up? Please, yes, and now, just while he does that, Supervisor Adams.
does that mean that as an example, if we have designated 264,916 to future agricultural commissioner capital project outlay, that we would have to take, say, 100,000 from that?
One of the three categories, you would have to take the money out of one of the three categories. There's about 587,000 to the revenue stabilization assignment, the 265 roughly for the future agricultural commissioner capital project, and then the 150,000 for the elections. It would have to come out of
One of those categories. Otherwise, we'd have to call for a special meeting.
Can I,
I'm sharing my screen, but I think we're having technical difficulties, and it's already up in Zoom, but I don't see it here. So I'll stop.
it goes.
All right. So those are the recommendations that are in Attachment A.
You're good? I need a minute. Okay, he needs more time. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. Some comments, some questions, some requests. So overview of the entire presentation. Appreciate deeply that we're able to refill our strategic reserve. I think we would have found ourselves in a world of hurt this January had we not had a full strategic, or this year, had we not been diligent about keeping funds in there. So I'm 100% committed to filling that strategic reserve back up so that we're prepared for whatever the next crisis is that's going to present itself, because we know that will happen. I also share Supervisor Church's questions about keeping really close eye on what our FEMA reimbursement requests are. I know when I was on Budget Committee, that was a regular question. So if we could maybe ask Budget Committee to track that closely, just knowing what we've received, what we haven't received, what's pending, what do we need to pound on some doors for. We had also loaned the Water Resource Agency, if I recall, it was close to $7 million, with the expectation that that would be submitted for FEMA reimbursement. And if and when FEMA reimbursed Water Resource Agency, those dollars would also flow back to county's strategic reserve. So I want to make sure we don't let that fall off of our radar. In terms of the priorities for our capital needs, I'm well aware of the capital needs for facilities that exist in District 4. We have the Social Services Building in Seaside that serves the entire Monterey Peninsula for all of our social service functions. We have the Marina Health Clinic that we're aggressively moving forward with expanding for facilities. We've made some initial investments and plans for both of those. There will be additional ongoing requests for capital funding, whether it be in the form of a loan where we, access money. So I definitely want to make sure that we're having a very transparent conversation about how to prioritize our capital needs. I know each of our districts have significant issues and things that are floating around out there. I'm a little uncomfortable about just saying yes to the Ag Commissioner request. That hasn't, I don't think that's come through Capital Improvements Committee. So I just want to know more about what that is and how it fits into the big picture. So if we can have that conversation, I would be open to it. But just on a one-off right here, I'm not comfortable supporting that request. I think we just need to be intentional about how we're making decisions. In terms of the increases, $17 million increase in property tax, that's impressive. So whoever are realtors out there buying and selling homes, thank you. The decrease of $2 million from TOT last year, I think is just something we need to keep our eye on. We'd seen that huge increase up to $40 million. We've continued, we made a big investment again. We increased the cap and made a big investment in the DSA allocations this year. So I'm hoping we can see that pop back up. But I would be interested in knowing where our mid-year is on that. And then the significant $4.5 million decrease in cannabis, I don't think we expect that to bounce again. So, and then I did have a little bit of concern about the significant savings that came from vacancies in health and social services. $35 million in vacancies, savings in health, and $21 million something in vacancies in social services. Those are super critical functions that our county residents rely on. So I do think we need to have some conversations and understand, why do we have those vacancies? Is it because of we're not paying competitive wages? Is it because we need to do something different in terms of how we're hiring? But that one stood out at me. And one final question, what does, our contingency for the rest of the year, are we putting money back into contingency at this point?
No. So what we're doing is that in accordance with the municipal code, currently we have a limit of 1% of the general fund revenues that could be used for that purpose. At the beginning of the fiscal year,
so we've spent it.
We did that, and the board allocated those funds up to almost $6 million and change. Right now we have about $1 million left.
About $1 million left in contingency. Okay.
Yes, but we're not putting anything back there.
Okay.
Into contingencies at this point. Obviously, the board could change that. I think that the way that this policy was implemented and incorporated as part of the municipal code gives you the flexibility to change that into the future, but the way that it's written right now, I don't think that we can. And I'll ask for county council to say if maybe I'm mistaken on that. I don't know. Sometimes we'll give them time to think about that.
No, that's okay. We've got about $1 million left. That's what I was looking for. And then in regards to the room key request, 100%, let's figure out how to get that funded. I defer to you guys to tell us what we need to do in terms of moving money around so that we can take that action today, and then backfill where we need to backfill with the sourcing of funds that we have available. So thank you for the presentation. Those are my comments and questions. And I look forward to, as we move forward, like I said, being really clear and transparent and intentional about how we spend excess revenue. I think we have significant needs in the county that if, rather than doing sort of a piecemeal grab here, grab there, that if we can say these are the things, these are the areas that we need to be investing in, and this is how we want to prioritize it. So as funding becomes available, we can move it. And I would love for us to be more strategic and intentional about how we take those actions. So thank you.
Could I respond on the ag piece that's in there? I know there was a question asked there about where that project came from. So that is a project that is on the CIC list that we have prioritized, that's gone through, and phase one is ready to go. We've had to split it into two phases because there hasn't been funding to do phase two, but part of that is that commitment that this board made to return services to South County, especially around the ag space, which we've not had that ability to do. And we bought that center, but we face these challenges and increasing costs and everything else. And so yeah, I had a conversation just before this meeting, just by chance, with the Ag Commissioner about where we were with the projects and that eventual goal of recreating a presence for Monterey County and Southern Monterey County, right? And this was where we ended up. Was we've got half the money, we're going to go with half the center for now. And so it has been on the list. It is near the top of the list. We have had the majority of the funding, but we're short. And so given that they've done such a great job at setting some money aside, that it's sitting there, that was where that recommendation came from, is let's follow through on that commitment that's been made that we voted on in the past. It's not just a new project. I just wanted to be clear on that. It has been on the CIC list. It has risen to the top, but given all the other challenges, it's kind of sitting out there. It was a timing thing, much like this ARPA thing right before the meeting. The other difficult part about all these pieces is that this item that's before us and the structure that it's in before us today was already done. It was already put in for us to consider before it came to the budget committee, just based on timing. So our recommendations had to be added after the fact, just given the fact that this had already been submitted and published and everything else. So those are all moving parts and pieces. So yeah, and then I can speak to the ARPA piece when we get there.
Just a couple comments regarding the way that it's coming forward. It is recommendations from the budget office, but certainly the board could provide direction as to where things need to be modified. The strategic reserve deposit, the 36.6, I believe, 0.5, was already placed into strategic reserve using the direction from the board to try to replenish the strategic reserve, especially since we had received the 24 as an advance, and that's going through and being vetted now because it does correlate with the different responses that we had and the advance from Cal OES. The question to FEMA, as to the FEMA amounts, the reason why it's a little squishy is because the dollars go back to 2017, and the allocation even for this year that's been received back from FEMA is very minimal. I think it was like 200,000 or a little more, 500,000?
Very small. Yeah, it's a very small amount.
It's a very
I don't
small
recall the
amount.
specific.
So as we're working on the budget and where we could potentially plug it in, it's a number that's still, it's small now, could potentially grow, but it's very difficult to plan and budget with that in mind that it's going to come in. So then the other piece I just wanted to touch on as well is there are two potential actions, and this is where I need your guidance, Les, as well. There's a $971,000 that is potential recommendation for the general capital assignment in place of that 264 that's currently there. But then in addition to that would be the designation of the 100,000 for social services. So since this is a review of the budget year-end report, is it possible that some of the allocation that is currently set aside to potential cover other items that Ezequiel has provided in the report, we can draw from those dollars as opposed to being locked into the $1 million being shuffled between these different items?
So great minds think alike. I was actually looking at the budget end-of-year report, and one of the actions is to accept the CAO budget end-of-year report. So the board could direct modifications to the report and accept it as modified. So if there's available funding that could be identified outside of what attachment A is, I think that is possible because, again, one of the actions is to accept the report. You could accept it as modified with direction on how it gets modified. The board could, rather.
I think that's I question that. I think that's crossing a little bit too much because accepting a report is one thing, but to make an appropriation, which requires 4/5 mid-year, I want to do this right, but I'm not sure I agree with that assessment of probably the only time I disagree with you, right? Yeah. Yes, CAO.
And just an additional clarification, I'm wondering if we could provide direction for us to return in January to potentially address that. I mean, with the exception of possibly the 100,000 that right now is very important, taking that from the designation of the 587 for the revenue stabilization assignment and using that to allocate it for social services. And then
I think that's
the 971 coming back, providing direction for the budget office to look at that and potentially identify the resources for that, if there was the will for the board.
And just to be clear, it's not the 971, it's actually shorter than that because it's the difference. It was already 260 something there, so it's the delta between the two.
But that has to come out of the other two.
I understand that. I did not understand that the piece that was shared by CAO, which is that money had already been transferred into contingency. It really binds our hands, right? It's no longer really a decision for us. It was done by policy and now it's gone, right? And so I thought we were going to have that opportunity today, but by the time it came to Budget Committee, our hands were already tied.
Let me ask a question, because there might be another solution here. Mr. Vega, under what authority was the strategic reserve replenished?
The board
How was the decision made on how much would be replenished?
It was under the board's authority that they provide us as part of the adoption of the budget. There was a specific line item when we do recommendations for the adoption of the budget that said that authorizes the CAO's office to make transfers and designations into these assignments, including the strategic reserve. But that, the amount itself wasn't allocated, so that was a discretion of, at the discretion of the CAO's office at that point. But just to clarify, we have $13.3 million that have been unassigned. So we're not saying that the limitation is only up to these amounts. We have $13.3 million that is unassigned. Of the $13.3 million that is unassigned, we're making a recommendation to use only $1 million. So if the board wants to make additional designations, they can out of that $12.3 million. So you still have that flexibility. So you wanted to designate $100,000 for the support of the the King City project.
Yes.
The King City project. The board, I think, could do that as long as it's legal.
Yes, and so thank you for that, Mr. Vega, very brilliant. So you would be modifying attachment A just to include some other from that $12 million.
Correct. And then, brilliant. Yeah.
Okay. All right, CAO.
What does it impact? What were we allocating the 12 million for?
Yeah, so the $12.3 million right now are not assigned to anything. What we were thinking is that based on estimates of potential impact for salary increases, wage increases that happen throughout the year, that the county will have the flexibility in case that we didn't have sufficient revenues to cover that throughout the end of the year, so that we will not have a deficit at the end of the year of that much. So that's what we were thinking. So we could reevaluate that when we do mid-year in February to see where we are and see if that creates an impact. So right now, if the board were to designate $100,000 from an assigned fund balance for this purpose, then we could use it for that specific purpose of the King City Place, but then we will not be using ARPA funds.
Right, so on that, I would feel comfortable, given that need. I think we would be able to say that I don't know that they'll be able to accept the money until January anyway, but say that we're agreed that we'll take it up on consent in January, and push that forward out of ARPA, only because ARPA is a one-time use, and we know this qualifies. I'm really comfortable using that extra of the 1.1, the 0.1 for this. I don't know if the board's agreeable to that.
So I just wanted
A little confusing here.
Yeah, the only reason I wanted to mention the 12.3 is only because we have flexibility. We just want to be very conscientious of how much we actually use, or your board considers, of that 13.3, right? We're trying to squirrel away money to be able to pay for the increases, but also acknowledging that there is some flexibility for your board to look at the recommendation and decide what you'd like to do.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. So I'm comfortable. I'm supporting the $100,000 for the RIM Key program, keeping folks housed for the next month while we work that out. I would like to ask that the Ag Commissioner requests come back as within the context of the full capital improvements list of project priorities before we take action on that.
Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, I'm so uncomfortable making decisions on the fly like this. I just really am. And I want to know more about the situation in King City. I feel like, a minute description isn't enough for me to grasp and if it's such an important decision and it's needed right now, how can we hold off until January?
Well, I think
Could you just explain it to me a
Yeah,
little
so
bit more deeply?
the piece that Luis talked about with the project itself, the funding, all those pieces are in that article. The piece that's not in the article is about what was happening in King City, specifically the agreements around housing these families in the interim at another hotel.
And who are the agreements with?
So the agreement is, it was a sort of like a three-way deal with the City of King, the operator, Shangri-La, the company, and the owner of the hotel where the families are staying right now, not the hotel that was purchased, a separate hotel. Certain checks were not showing up from one end to meet the needs of the family. So there's some back due. And then there's also this piece, as I understand, to take care of them through the winter, right? So that's what this 100,000 would be, partnership. There's a 250 other dollars identified that would take care of these families. The date that I heard was through June of the coming.
And how long have the families been there?
They have been there, I think Roxanne's on the line. I'm sure she can give us that detail. Roxanne?
If I'm not mistaken, since October, I believe, yes.
I want to say they moved in October. They've been, this is the same family that went through the fire early last year where somebody died and then was moved out to a hotel, then went back to the river, then went to a temporary trailer and then went back to the river. And now they've been out since October. I want to say October of this year.
Are they getting services?
She's not on? Yeah, they're getting services. And it's not everyone who was there originally. Some folks have transitioned out and been put into apartments. They've been providing those wraparound services, but we're at this point now where we're still dealing with family as well as some single individuals. And the plan was when this place opened, all the individuals were going to this new project and, you know, we're down to it and we're done. That was the vision for this whole thing, but it's sort of running in, well, it's not sort of, it is running into these significant challenges.
It troubles me because $100,000 for 1 month?
No, it's through June, and it's partnered with 250 others, so it's $350,000 total, which is being put together to give runway to figure out what can the state do, because they're in that contract with the developer and all these other pieces to figure out how we move that project forward to take care of the long-term need. So it's part triage, part runway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's King City stepping up and our continuum of care also next week.
Partners. Yeah.
Trying to be partners and trying to find this solution to match some of these dollars that we're talking about today. And I wish we had more time. If we had another week, we would be pushing off for next week, but this is the last meeting of the year, and the news just broke yesterday. Exactly. Yesterday evening is when I saw it. So, yes, Supervisor Church.
Yeah. Before we get off of the budget, general budget discussion we're having and where funds get moved from the board and everything, I'm going to go back to a couple of FEMA questions I have here, if I may. When the money comes in from FEMA, where is it assigned?
Yeah, so when the money comes back from FEMA, it's recognized in the fund where the expense was incurred. So for example, if the road fund incurred the expense 5 years ago, it will go to the road fund. If the general fund incurred the expense, then it will be recognized as revenue in the general fund. Then at the end of the year, we look at, did we pay back that revenue source that paid originally for that? So for example, if the county had used cannabis assignment for a specific project related to a response, then we will try to replenish the cannabis assignment. So we'll have a direct correlation to that. Or if it came from the strategic reserve, then we will put it back into the strategic reserve. Unless the board in a meeting like this says, no, we want to use it for a different purpose. But in general, we will try to get confirmation from the board what the higher priorities will be. So for example, the priority of the board will be to replenish the strategic reserve at the end of next fiscal year. Then we will start looking at replenishing that first and then using it for other purposes that the board may have provided guidance for. So if the board said my highest priority is project A instead of anything else, then we will set aside that funding for that project.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that if suddenly we get a check for 30 million, you know, we wish, that it's just not going to all end up in the strategic reserve or the road fund right away, because a lot of this money was expended many years ago and situations change. And I'm going kind of off of Supervisor Askew's comments earlier about FEMA, is that when we had she's referring to it being on the budget committee, that always kind of keeping an eye on FEMA. And, I think it would be really helpful if we were getting FEMA updates on the budget committee, where we're at. And if we get a chunk coming in, it would really be perhaps come to the budget committee first before getting assigned, just because we need to know where it's going, so we have flexibility.
We need to keep moving on here soon, but we have two members of the Budget Committee. I think you guys could handle that, for sure. CEO, otherwise I'm going to keep moving this along.
Yeah, we will, and as we're working towards the budget, I think when we bring these items to you at the end of the year where we're trying to work on next year's budget, rather than simply providing direction to the budget office, go ahead and make an allocation into the strategic reserve, I think a dollar amount should be attached to it. Because we did look at it, because of the expenditures we had this year, we decided on that bigger chunk. But in reality, now looking forward, we should have perhaps started maybe with 15 or 20, depending on what your priorities are. And as we work on the budget going forward, we need to know that information to have a better idea if we have a huge amount in the unassigned fund balance, perhaps planning on 15, and then your board could decide if you want to add more.
And thanks you. And next year, on the unassigned fund balance, if the board, rather than just being automatic, the CEO making the designation, provide direction that it comes to this board before we automatically put it in the strategic reserve. I mean, just for next year, if you want to have a better say on that, okay? Going back to Chris, on the 100,000 on Schedule A or CAO, what's the recommended action there? Because I think that's the cleanest way to use that, because it's this agendized item specifically says unassigned balance as listed on Schedule A. So how can we make that work?
So there's two ways, but I think the cleanest way today is to take it from that 12.3.
I don't see the 12.3 listed in Schedule A.
Oh, you're talking back about those. So from the 500 and
587.
Exactly.
yeah, 587. That would be the other one other option on the table.
And then because that allows us to take action today, and then
Right.
modifications can be made, I think, when we come back in January.
Right.
I just want to make sure that we're doing
we're
this
there.
solidly.
Yeah.
All right, we already asked for public comment. There wasn't any.
You have Roxanne.
I think we exhausted, I think we fleshed that out. Okay. We entertain a motion?
So, given the way that we're laid out, so I'm happy to move. I've got to try the staff recommendation, but I need clarification on what I can or can't do around the additional to go to 971 from that 12.3 as direction today.
So my understanding of the situation is that what is currently in Attachment A is only roughly $1 million out of the unassigned fund balance. So the motion would be to accept the budget end-of-year report, modify Attachment A to add an additional $917,000, the additional difference, whatever the difference is, from the remaining unassigned fund balance to the Ag Commissioner project, and then whatever amount out of the remaining unassigned fund balance to whatever fund is appropriate for the King City matter. Does that make sense? All you're doing is adding to Exhibit A additional unassigned fund balance out of the remainder to cover those expenses.
Okay, so I'll make that my motion.
Well, how much is the King City amount?
100,000.
And where should that go, Mr. Vega?
DSS.
Yeah, so we could, if the board designates that to go into a disaster recovery assignment, I think that'll be the best way to do that. And then from there, we could move it to DSS. So
As long as you have that control to do it without coming back to us.
Okay, so that's the motion.
Okay, that's the motion.
I'll second that motion.
Great. A motion second. Any other questions? No other questions? Last call. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. All right, got it done. Let's move on, because there's some residents waiting on Zoom to speak on the beautiful Garapata Bridge matter. So this is Caltrans Garapata Bridge Rails, public hearing, item number 16, public hearing to consider California Department of Transportation's appeal concerning its Garapata's Creek Bridge Rail Replacement Project on Highway 1 in Big Sur. So thank you for all the residents weighing in, some for, some against. This is a presentation by Phil Angelo, Associate Planner, and Craig Spencer. Take it away. I think you got to put your mic up closer. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
So I'll be presenting staff's report on the Garabata Creek Bridge Rail Replacement Project, which is located on Highway 1 at Garabata Creek Bridge, to replace the existing bridge rails with new bridge rails. Highway 1 was built in the 1930s and is the first scenic highway in California's scenic highway system, and is in the Big Sur Land Use Plan planning area. One of the Big Sur Land Use Plan's key policies is that the county take an active role in guiding improvement of the highway, protecting both its aesthetic beauty and its primary function as a recreational route. The bridge is individually eligible for listing on the state and the National Historic Registers, and it's one of 7 historic bridges in the Carmel-San Simeon Highway Historic District, known as the Big Sur Arches. These are the existing railings, which are heavily deteriorated, and Caltrans' current analysis is that they aren't safe at any speed. Despite applicant comments that replacement is the only repair strategy, periodic spall repairs and replacement of entire sections appears to have been done over the past few years, and it hasn't been successful in stopping the deterioration. The rails also don't comply with Caltrans' current safety standards, and therefore Caltrans is proposing to replace them with a new rail that does. This is the proposed rail, a altered version of the Caltrans Type 86H rail, and these are the existing bridge rails when viewed from the outside looking toward the bridge. The Caltrans Aesthetic Design Advisory Committee, the Big Sur Land Use Advisory Committee, the county's Historic Resources Review Board, and the Planning Commission have all considered the project and questioned options for repairing the existing rails or the possibility of exceptions to current design standards that would allow the rail designs to more closely kind of match the visual and historic character of the bridge. If you accept the applicant's premise that there are no exceptions to these standards, Caltrans has gone to significant lengths to seek out public input and incorporate it into the final design. The Design Advisory Committee was generally supportive of the project, given that no alternatives were present to save the rails, and their input was used to iterate the bridge rails through various mechanisms. They added the strong posts over the superstructure of the bridge, rounded the top of the rails, revised the color of the rails, chamfered the 6-inch wide opening in order to maximize visual access within their current standards. The Historic Resource Review Board recommended approval with the conditions that the concrete color and texture match the existing rails, and that traffic and speed assessments be conducted for any future bridge rail replacement projects. The Planning Commission denied the project, finding that it reduced visual access, did not meet the extraordinarily exacting standards for scenic resource protection required by the Big Sur Land Use Plan, and that alternatives that better preserve the historic and visual character of the rails had not been adequately explored. Caltrans appealed that denial, and while staff don't necessarily concur with many of the individual appeal contentions, are recommending that the appeal be granted, recognizing the basic safety need for the project. County staff attempted to work with Caltrans staff in order to identify alternatives that would preserve the bridge rails or reduce impacts to the project with limited success. And here is a summary of the different alternatives that were considered in the process. Design exceptions were discussed in a Caltrans appeal memo. Widening the bridge by 2 feet or adding a new bridge alignment were discussed in the EIR but eliminated from consideration due to engineering constraints. Speed reduction is also discussed in the EIR, along with replacing the current rail in kind. However, the appeal states that even if the speed were reduced, replacement in kind was never possible, as the existing rails don't meet Caltrans' current standards. Within the EIR, what's proposed is identified as the build alternative, and that includes multiple proposed rail designs, including several versions of the Type 86H rail, and then also a Texas Department of Transportation Type C412 rail. Repairing the existing rails was also discussed, although Caltrans have contended that this is not an option and have not provided clarity on when they would consider this for other projects. Finally, using a bridge rail that would be compliant with standards for a lower speed or test level was also considered, which would be closer to the historic appearance of the rails, but it would still be limited to a 6-inch maximum opening width. The California Vehicle Code Section 22354 allows Caltrans to reduce speed limits on the state highway system by completing an engineering traffic survey and using that survey to make findings that the speed limit reduction is most appropriate to facilitate the orderly movement of traffic and is reasonable and safe. Caltrans conducted such a speed study and found that the 85th percentile speed, or that which most drivers were going, was 58 miles an hour. Because the studies that go into the California Manual for Setting Speed Limits conclude that when you reduce the speed limit below the 85th percentile speed, it increases collision rates, they wouldn't be able to make the findings that it was the most appropriate speed or be reasonable and safe. Additionally, even if you do reduce the speed limit, that doesn't necessarily reduce the speed drivers are going. So if the speed remains about 60 miles an hour and it's designed for 45 miles an hour, it wouldn't be a safe safety device. The information that we've received on the possibility of design exceptions has been contradictory. At various points in the review process, Caltrans have stated that design exceptions are not possible, that they wouldn't consider design exceptions as any exception would impact health and safety, and or that they had already thoroughly considered design exceptions. The two sets of standards that Caltrans has cited as parameters for the bridge rail design are the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware, or MASH, which are the current crash test standards, and the AASHTO LRFD Bridge Design Specifications 8th edition. The Federal Highway Administration released a memo that states it's the state's responsibility, in this case Caltrans, to select a particular hardware device, in this case a bridge rail. Caltrans memos also acknowledged the possibility of design exceptions. And finally, in 2020, AASHTO published a bridge preservation guide intended to be used in conjunction with all of these standards that includes design exceptions for various historic treatment approaches, including in-kind rail repairs and rail retrofits. These are the existing rails, and then the 6-inch wide opening with chamfered edges, which is Caltrans' preferred alternative. After the Planning Commission's denial, in order to maximize visual access, they prepared a number of different 10-inch wide alternatives, but they use a 10-inch, or they use a metal element within the middle of the 10-inch opening in order to meet a standard that a 6-inch sphere not be allowed to pass through the lower 27 inches of a railing from the AASHTO LRFD BDS 8. Of these prepared revised designs, staff believe that the 10-inch wide opening with chamfered edges and the gray U-bar is the least aesthetically damaging alternative. However, this standard is described in the appeal letter as intended to prevent pedestrians or bicyclists or pieces of them from going through the rail opening in the event of a collision. This appears to be the kind of standard where an exception would not compromise the everyday safety of the facility. The bridge is already unusually narrow without any shoulder, meaning that any bicyclist or pedestrian using the bridge would already be traveling within inches of a vehicle moving around 60 miles an hour. Therefore, staff are recommending a condition that the 10-inch wide opening that is chamfered be used without any interrupting metal element. This better preserves visual access than the other alternatives, and the 10-inch opening also accentuates the curvature of the opening, which is one of the features of the existing bridge rails. As the lead agency on the project, Caltrans prepared a Tier 1 EIR for replacement railings on 6 out of the 7 historic bridges in the Carmel-San Simeon Highway Historic District, together with a Tier 2 EIR specific for this bridge. The EIR concluded the project would cause significant and unavoidable impacts to aesthetics, including substantial reduction of visual quality and character and loss of visual access to scenic resources. Acting as a responsible agency, the county must review the EIR and adopt findings required by CEQA. In this case, that would include adopting a statement of overriding considerations for significant and unavoidable impacts to aesthetics. Several public comment letters were received encouraging the Board of Supervisors to uphold the Planning Commission's denial, including concerns regarding aesthetics, historic preservation, consideration of alternatives, and how this bridge rail replacement project would impact the future bridge rail replacement projects on all the Big Sur arches, including the Bixby Bridge. County staff share many of the concerns regarding the future projects and believe that all of the alternatives discussed today will still be relevant as those projects come forward. A comment letter was also received by Coastal Commission staff, encouraging the county and Caltrans to come to a mutually agreeable solution regarding the bridge, that the future bridge rail kind of question may be answered in a way that acknowledges that each bridge has specific circumstances and concerns, and suggesting that a visual mitigation package with measures such as removing extraneous signage, undergrounding utilities, or improving highway pullouts may be an appropriate condition to mitigate some of the visual impacts from the project. The comment letter was also received by Caltrans proposing to develop such a visual mitigation program. Staff don't have the exact language for a project-specific condition for that, but that is something that we could prepare. The project would impact visual character and access. However, the county's local coastal program allows approval of such a project even with those kinds of impacts if certain findings can be met, including that the parcel would be otherwise undevelopable, that the project is not within the critical viewshed, and that the project would be the least environmentally damaging alternative. In this case, there's a basic safety need for the project because without bridge rails, the bridge rail would be unusable. Highway safety facilities are exempt from the critical viewshed policies in the Big Sur land use plan, and the 10-inch wide opening railing appears to be the least environmentally damaging alternative available. Therefore, staff recommend that the board adopt a resolution which would certify Caltrans' environmental impact report, adopt a statement of overriding consideration, grant Caltrans appeal, approve a combined development permit for the scope of the project, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's open up for questions and maybe start with Supervisor Adams since this is D5.
Thank you. I think I very much appreciate, first of all, I very much appreciate all of the time and effort that Caltrans has put into working with us on this project. They really have spent a lot of time and effort coming up with a custom design, and I appreciate that. And I also want to just say to all of the residents how impressed I have been with the measured tone of the numbers of comments that we have received. They've been very well thought through and really sincere in their concerns about the future of the look of Highway 1 as it goes through Big Sur. So as we begin to have our discussion and hear from the community, I really did want to just call out those two things, the community's response and how exceptional that's been, and also the exceptional work that Caltrans has done. I think trying to find a balance between safety and beauty and consistency of the bridges as one drives down Highway 1 is really a challenging balance. I'm particularly conscious of the Coastal Commission's comment that they think it's like, you guys better figure this out because that's, the way it's going to be. And I feel hopeful that we could end up doing that. I'm also conscious, very frankly, of whatever our board decides today, it will probably be appealed from one side or another to the Coastal Commission, and I'm conscious of that. But as we move forward now with public comment, that's what I'm looking forward to hearing. In case there is something that I have not read or seen, there have been so many comments, more so than just about anything else other than short-term rentals that we've received comments from the public on. And one would think, oh, come on, it's just a bridge railing. It's so much more than that. It is so much more than just a rail to, keep people on the road. It is, I think, really getting to the core of what Big Sur is all about. And those many people who have been commenting, some who have lived down in the coast for a short period of time, others who have been there for generations and generations and generations, are really concerned about this. It's a genuine concern. We already see the change in tourism and the traffic that goes down Highway 1. It's just completely missing the whole point of Big Sur and just wanting to go to Bixby Creek Bridge for a quick little selfie. That's sort of, I'm afraid that it's all sort of being rolled in together of losing the essence of a community that has just been so resilient for so many decades. So with that in mind, I'm anxious to hear what the public wishes to say. And my other colleagues.
Other comments, questions or comments at this point? I don't see any from colleagues, so then let's go to public comments. We'll start with those in chambers. Anybody here to speak on this item in chambers? Yes, please. We'll start with those here present. Thank you for your patience today. And then we'll go to those on Zoom. And you speak here on this podium, right here, in the middle.
Yeah, I think that we would be able to run that.
Okay, we'll give you 2 minutes though.
But is he public or is he the appellant?
He's the appellate.
Oh, he's appellant. Oh, Caltrans.
Caltrans.
Oh, yes, well, then we'll give you,
3 minutes.
We'll give you 10 minutes, yeah. 10 minutes. Yes, we won't start your time till you get set up.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Alejo and supervisors and county staff and the public. My name is Mitch Dallas. I'm a senior coastal resources specialist with Caltrans. I've been working with the department for over 25 years and just want to express that we fully understand the public's concerns about this bridge, and we've gone to great lengths to accommodate the aesthetic of this bridge rail design. Next slide, please. I'll start with the purpose and need. I'll jump into the constraints. I'll talk about why the safety requirements are important, the design constraints associated with this particular rail, the design exceptions that we've pursued, the speed study that's been done, and the proposed design, and then mitigation measures. So purpose and need, this bridge rail was built in 1931, and it needs to be upgraded to the current safety requirements due to the fact that it's deteriorated along 75% of the rails on both the left and right-hand side. Next slide, please. I'm going through the abbreviated version. I know there's a lot of text here because I'm kind of limited on time. So the considerations, existing rail, again, was built in 1971 and is in a state of deterioration and needs to be replaced. I think everyone agrees on that. The new railing must meet modern safety requirements for not only modern vehicles, but motorcycles, bikes, and pedestrians. All avenues to obtain design exceptions have been pursued. And that's identified in a letter from the state bridge engineer that's part of your packet. We've gone to great lengths to go to the Capitol, Sacramento, talk with the state bridge engineer, the county staff, and the Coastal Commission to address this very issue. A speed study was conducted that shows a reduction in speed limit is not warranted at this location. And we understand about the considerable public concerns. We've conducted several public outreach efforts in this matter. Next slide, please. Just a few photos I want to show you of the existing conditions. Next slide, please. Again, existing conditions. This next slide is really important. If you switch to the next one, please. I want to show you that repairs have been done over the last 90 years of this rail service life. Some folks from the public like to point out the Little Sur River Bridge and the repairs that have been done there. The Little Sur River Bridge is about 25 years newer than this bridge and is in much better shape. I want to point out that repairs have been done. If you look at the upper right-hand photo and off to the left there, you can see the difference in color of the concrete. So repairs have been done over the time frame of this life. If you look at the photo on the left, you can see repairs that have been done on that section that are failing today as we speak. Next slide. This is why the bridge rail needs to be brought to modern safety standards. The bridge was built in 1931. That was a popular car in 1931 there on the left, and there's a popular car from today. That's a Model A Ford. It weighs about 2,300 pounds. The one on the right weighs about 12,000 plus pounds. Next slide, please. These are photos taken from about a month ago when I was on site, taking some photos of the railing. You can see the usage going on here. And I want to point out these next photos are a little drastic, but I'm pointing out the need for the safety here. The safety is very important. Next slide, please. We're talking about safety for millions of people. This is a similar rail with a 10-inch opening. The 10-inch openings have been proven to increase the likelihood of injury and death. This is a similar rail. This car was hit by a big rig, a tractor trailer that you can see on the next slide. The tractor trailer went over the edge, landed in the creek.
This
All
was
that,
definitely not on Highway 1. I want to make that absolutely clear.
this is on Highway 101 in Santa Barbara County near Nahoki Creek, near the Gaviota coast. You can see the white foam down there, which is flame retardant. That ends up in the creek. It never really gets cleaned up. It's an environmental issue as well, as far as protection of the marine sanctuary that's immediately adjacent to this project site. Next slide, please. The design constraints are this. Like I just mentioned, the 10-inch wide windows are catch points where vehicles' bumpers can catch on the rails and could cause or worsen accidents. The new requirements afford a higher base height, thickness, and top rail thickness to accommodate the modern vehicles' weights and existing speeds out there. Next slide, please. Design exceptions have been pursued at the highest level within the state. These design exceptions culminated in a meeting on May 15, 2023, where Monterey County, the Coastal Commission staff, and the Caltrans State Bridge Engineer, Tom Olstrom, all met to discuss any additional alternatives. Tom Olstrom developed the additional alternatives you see with the 10-inch wide openings and the metal element that maintains the maximum 6-inch opening. The conclusion was reached that there is no exception available for safety for this, increasing the maximum 6-inch opening. Next slide, please. The speed zone survey was done at the Garrapatta Creek Bridge. As Phil had mentioned here, the 85th percentile shows the speed is higher than the posted speed of 55. It's actually 58 miles an hour. And I also want to point out that regardless of what speed is out there, even if the speed was reduced, it would not result in a larger window. The window would still have a minimum width of 6 inches. That's the requirement. Those requirements are developed not just in the state of California, but using federal guidelines that are developed by studying crashes across the entire country. It's proven that 10-inch windows result in higher rates of injury and death. Next slide, please. We're fully aware of the environmental concerns. Highway 1's contributes All-American Road, State Scenic Highway. Big Sur is part of the Pacific Coast bike route used by thousands of cyclists annually. That's part of the reason why this is what's called a combination rail. It's not just for cars, there's pedestrians and bikes and motorcycles. In addition to the maintenance of Highway 1 is guided by the Big Sur Coast Highway Management Plan that talks specifically about addressing these bridge rails. It says match them as closely as possible when they need to be replaced, and that's exactly what we've done. The visual and historic resources, the design exceptions were pursued at the highest level. I really want to emphasize that because what the county is proposing in condition number 9 is unattainable for the state. We cannot build a rail opening that's 10 inches wide without a metal element. I want to make that clear. So when you go to make your motions today, we cannot accept that. It's unacceptable. We're fully in favor of what the county says. We want to change condition number 9 to either be a 10-inch opening with a metal element or the preferred 6-inch opening, which has been approved by the Historic Resources Review Board and is recommended by our architectural historians, the State Historic Preservation Officer, coupled with our landscape architects. Next slide, please. The proposed design has been brought to the public several times in 7 design-specific aesthetic design advisory committees. These are something that Caltrans came up with in order to garner public input and support. The rail's been designed using the Historic Bridge Preservation Guide, the Guidelines for Historic Bridge Rehabilitation and Replacement, and the Historic Bridges Criteria for Decision-Making. This is a custom designed rail for this particular location. I want to emphasize that as well. Many years have gone into making this bridge rail. Next slide, please. I'm not going to get too into this, but this shows the differences between the existing and the proposed. We're talking about 4 inches of difference in the width of the openings. Next slide, please. Here's an example, photo simulation on the top versus the existing view on the bottom. This is the Type 86H with a 6-inch opening and no metal element. Next slide, please. Here's another example. The proposed is up top. The existing's down below. You can see that visual access is maintained. It's definitely there. You can see right through it to the blue sky. Next slide, please. Here's just another what it's going to look like. The ends of the rail will end up being a little bit longer due to the safety regulations. Next slide, please. Here's an end of what's called the end block treatment, which will have a Natina stained metal guardrail leading up to it. Next slide, please. Again, I want to emphasize that design exceptions have been pursued at the highest level. This is an image from a bridge in Oregon. I just wanted to share with you what other states have been doing in these types of scenarios. We have a very similar option to this with a metal bar. Next slide, please. These are the 10 that we have available right now. These are actually 12. One, the upper left shows the existing. We have various design options. Of the design options with the 10-inch wide openings and the metal elements, there's 2 options for each. One is a stained metal element, and the other one's a galvanized metal element. You can see the differences. They all have chamfered edges. I think everyone is in agreement that the chamfered edge helps bring out the visual character a little bit better. Next slide, please. Here's a couple simulations I'm going to run through real fast because I'm running out of time. Here's another one. Next slide, please. This is a 10-inch with the U-bar. Next slide, please. This is a 10-inch with a straight bar. Next slide, please. This is a 10-inch with the wire mesh. Next slide, please. These are examples of our mitigation measures. You can look at those for yourself. Several mitigation measures are incorporated into the project. And if I'm afforded another minute here, I can go through them. You know, this has been...
wrap up, please.
Okay, this has been vetted through the SHPO, State Historic Preservation Officer. All these applicable mitigation measures are proposed. If you could go one more slide, please. Just want to show you guys the existing conditions. I want to express that I feel, you know, if an accident happens tomorrow resulting in injury or death, I feel like the state and myself personally have gone to great lengths to meet the demand here. I'll take comfort in the fact that we've pulled out all the stops to make this happen, and I hope you guys feel the same.
Thank you very much.
Please let me know if there's any questions.
Appreciate it. We'll now open it up for questions, and certainly if any colleagues want to follow up on any of those pieces that he had to go quickly through, we could do those during question and answer at this point in time. So let's start with Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I just wanted to get a clarifying question. Could you please put back up the last slide? Show the destruction of the deterioration, I guess I should say. And it has a little piece of rebar where the bridge was. Do you see that going down?
Correct, yes.
Is that about what the size of the barrier, the little bar that would be?
Very similar. It's a 1-inch bar. Yes, you're totally correct. It's a 1-inch bar. That would be on the U and the straight bar as well.
Okay.
You want to maybe go through those slides to...
I'd be happy to, yes. If we
Just
could-
to
if we
answer
could
questions.
scroll back
Because
a few.
you rushed through them.
I
but
know, I'm just...
We're in question and answer now, so now it's not limited to the time limit. But here, we could kind of ask questions on the actual looks and maybe go through the U and the mesh versions as well.
I appreciate that. Could you go back a couple more, Phil? Thanks. So this is the whole, I know this is difficult to see, but this is just a representation of all the different designs we've come up with. And the original's on the upper left. If you scroll to the next one. This is the proposed that we're proposing with a 6-inch opening with no wire element, no metal element at all. It maintains the view shed in our architect's opinion that the greatest. This is the one that's been approved by the Historic Resources Review Board and the SHPO as well. The next design alternatives were developed after meeting with the state bridge engineer. When we were asked to take this to the highest level of a design exception, that's exactly what we did. We met the demand, and these additional alternatives with the metal elements were presented, excuse me. So this one here is, you can see the description on the lower right. It's a 10-inch clear opening with a dark U-bar and chamfered balusters. We also have this exact same alternative with a galvanized metal. I don't have a slide of it. I have some on my laptop I could show you if you'd want, but you get the point, I think. It's either a dark metal bar or a galvanized metal bar.
And the galvanized would be just about the same color as the bridge itself?
Correct. Similar.
And out of those two, the galvanized or this version, which was the preferred out of those two?
The state prefers the 6-inch opening with no metal bar.
Okay, but there was no recommendation on the preferred with the bar with the wider opening?
The county recommends the U-bar with the galvanized.
And you don't have a picture of the galvanized?
We do, and we can pull that up.
Yeah, please.
While Phil's doing that, I'd like to mention that we did meet with Caltrans and asked them to help us understand what the 6-inch opening requirement does. They did set up a meeting with the state bridge engineer. We had a discussion and asked if it was possible to maintain the 10-inch openings. Right now, the bridge rails have 10-inch openings. The current standard is 6 inches. That was what was proposed and went to the Planning Commission. So additional options were provided after we met with the state bridge engineer. It wasn't discussed about having the intervening metal element at the time, but this is what came back after that discussion.
Okay, and I just want to give those at home just the visuals to see what it looks like. The alternative have a wider opening, but it includes that recommended element, at least from staff's recommended point of view.
So that it would be either the U-bar or just the straight bar going down.
There's a third option with the metal mesh that's essentially a metal mesh. I'd like to also point out the fact that we brought these alternatives to the ADAC after following the meeting that Craig has just mentioned. We brought them back to the public as requested by both the Coastal Commission and the county. And so I just want to make that clear.
And the public's response to this?
The public's response to this was they're not in favor of any of it.
Mm-hmm.
They think a repair option is available. We've expressed to them numerous times that the bridge rail is beyond repair. It'd be irresponsible for us to build an unsafe condition out there. The state has massive liability associated with safety. This is a state highway. It has millions of users, as you guys know, not just people in cars, but cyclists, motorcyclists, and the like.
Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, the Aesthetic Design Review Committee did review the alternative options with the 10-inch openings and the intervening elements and decided that it was essentially too similar to the 6-inch openings and didn't make a recommendation. They didn't come to any conclusion.
Okay. All right. Other questions from other supervisors, or do you want to go to public first? Okay, let's go to public comment. Thank you, sir. Well, let me just ask, because usually when there's another group that is organized, we give them 10 minutes to provide a counter presentation for 10, in this case, 11 minutes, because I let you go over a minute more. Is there any organization who would like to make a presentation on this appeal? See none here present and none requested, then we'll just open it for public comments then. Okay. All right. Do any members of the public now want to speak? We'll provide up to 2 minutes to speak. I don't see anyone else. Oh, wait. Maybe one person's coming forward. Nope, nobody's coming forward. So let's go to those online.
James Walters.
Hello, my name is James Walters. I live at 45752 Clear Ridge Road, Big Sur. And I'm a member of Keep Big Sur Wild. I want to echo what Supervisor Adams said a few minutes ago and kind of point out almost the Freudian slip of using the word preventing rather than presenting. And that's kind of what Caltrans has been doing all through this process. I want to stress to the Board of Supervisors how very important this decision is, because it sets a precedent for all 6 bridges. They're iconic treasures of Monterey County, and we all know how valuable they are. So you need to set a really high bar of analysis. Caltrans has been misleading, disingenuous, condescending, and disrespectful for all of us, including the Board of Supervisors. I refer to the qualitative standard of analysis that was submitted in 2 letters to the board recently. One was on behalf of Keep Big Sur Wild, a letter by Sarah Clark of Schutt, Mahaley, and Weinberger on behalf of Keep Big Sur Wild. And a second one was on behalf of the Albion Bridge stewards. These are both lengthy letters and have a lot of analysis. I won't try to go through it, but they show the high bar of standard of analysis the board should apply. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Go to the next person.
Ken Eklund.
Yes, hi, hi, this is Ken Eklund. I'm a resident of Garrapatta Canyon, and in fact, those photographs, the actual photographs, were actually taken from my driveway. I would just urge the board, your board, to reject the appeal. And let me just say this: just because that appeal is rejected, and assuming it stands, that doesn't mean that, well, if you do not let Caltrans go forward, that doesn't mean that the safety issues won't be addressed. They'll just have to go back to square one. And as the previous speaker indicated, you know, the whole process, and I've been involved in it since the very beginning, has been very disappointing. It's almost like Caltrans certainly has had many public meetings, but then they just don't seem to take our word. I would point out that if you talk about danger, the danger that in that area is actually north of that bridge, and that is at Garrapatta Beach. And I know several people that have had near fatal accidents in that area. So slowing that down would certainly help with the beach traffic. Probably wouldn't be popular with some of the locals, but oh well. But I just say I would recommend your board reject this, tell them to go back and let's start over again before we get down to the Bixby Bridge. Because at that point, if you can imagine what that design would look like to the Bixby Bridge. And I guess that would solve our problem with the Bixby congestion, because there'd be a lot less people. There wouldn't be the 95 million people that are looking at photos of that thing. So please, I urge you to reject. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Jim Hyde.
Jim, you're up.
Yes, hello, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Jim Hyde, a member of the Albion Bridge Stewards based in Mendocino County. Earlier this year, the Monterey County Planning Commission made the right call in rejecting Caltrans' desire to ruin the historic qualities of the Garrapatta Creek Bridge. In fact, as a Mendocino County resident, I was a little jealous. Too often, our county planning department has rubber-stamped some ill-conceived Caltrans plans for our own spectacular stretch of Highway 1. Our group has submitted extensive written public comments on this agenda, but I just wanted to stress one point. Caltrans' proposed railing will destroy the historic design of this bridge. I want to read to you one sentence from a Caltrans historic document. This is from the Caltrans Transportation Library, and it discusses all of the Big Sur arch bridges. Quote, "The thinness of the arch rings, columns, and railings make the structures light and transparent, lessening the visual obstruction of the seascape." That's such an important sentence. The heavy-handed design of the proposed railings goes against that original design. They're thick. They're not light and transparent. They're keyholes instead of windows. It's ridiculous that Caltrans would say the existing railings are beyond repair. Everything can be repaired. And it's dishonest of Caltrans to show this board dramatic crash photos from completely unrelated bridges. Now, the Monterey County Planning Commission was right. These design alternatives propose to destroy a piece of history. They're putting Home Depot windows on Hearst Castle just because the original windows need fixing. Travelers on Big Sur's Highway 1 are blessed to be able to travel on history in the same way that San Francisco cable car riders do. Once those graceful, light and transparent railings, to use Caltrans' own language, once they're gone, they're gone. There's no undo command for destroying history. The board's action on this appeal is of statewide and national significance, including for the historic Albion River Bridge here in Mendocino. I respectfully urge the board to tell Caltrans no, deny this appeal, and require Caltrans to do the right thing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll go to the next person, and when the sound goes off, if you could just wrap up your comments. I won't cut you off right at 2 minutes, but if you could just wrap it up, and we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Martha Deal.
Martha, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity, Honorable Board,
to speak on this matter, which is certainly of grave importance to all of us here. I know we're aware of the economic value of the highway as well as the visual value. And I want to point out that the Board of Supervisors is really the first place that economic considerations come into effect. Caltrans is not operating an attraction, and they're not used to it. These bridges are a set. They lead the viewer and the experience through Big Sur. Anything you do to one needs to be considered cumulatively. Caltrans hasn't yet provided specificity at all about what else they might do. They say they might do something different, but they don't tell you what it is. The bridges are currently non-standard in a large number of ways, so the discussion of things that happen on standard roadways seems irrelevant. The speed study, which limits options, consisted, and I have submitted this in my letter, which I hope you've had a chance to read, consists of 120 cars on a cloudy Tuesday, the 19th of November in 2019, when we had told everybody the roads were about to be closed for a planned closure, and what they got was locals running back from the hardware store. And I don't think that that study is sufficient to explain the situation at the bridge enough to base this kind of important decision upon. There have been no accidents at any of these bridges on our section of road in 90 years, and they were tested through Big Sur in the 60s, which I think probably allows a wider range of testing than the Caltrans test folks. And we need to understand clearly that there is no mitigation suggested off-site on any of those lists. It's not already required in various documents that we've long had in place. So you are being asked to give away the dynamic views, and I want to just make the final point that it's not just the appearance of, it's the appearance through, it's the view through that are important. So ask for dynamic simulation and tell them to come back. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person.
Christina McGinnis.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and supervisors. My name is Christina McGinnis. I'm representing Keep Big Sur Wild today. And I just want to start by saying, echoing what some of the other speakers have said, and that is that we have 90 years of safety records for these bridges. And we also have submitted photographs showing that these bridges can and have been repaired, such as the Little Sur River Bridge. A driver went through that bridge at 80 miles an hour and didn't go over the railing, didn't have any injuries, and the bridge was repaired. We have submitted photos to that effect. I also wanted to point out that throughout this process, the Design Advisory Committee recommendations were the primary recommendation was to repair and restore these bridges. I would echo Planning Commissioner Deal's thoughts that the offsite mitigation is really not directly related to this project, and we would need to see what that is before commenting on it. I wish we had known that we could have had 10 minutes to organize a speech. Otherwise, we certainly would have done that. And we just urge you to uphold the careful deliberation and consideration that the Planning Commission had over this project. And I can tell you that there is a great deal of concern in Big Sur and beyond about doing a modernization, completing any modernization to these bridges when it's really not necessary, when they can be repaired and restored. So that is what we hope for and request of your board today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go to the next person.
Anne Marie Weibel.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I understand that you have received a letter from the Albion Bridge stewards. I'm speaking on behalf of Ali Van Zee, who is not able to speak to you this afternoon because she's on the road. So I am also a member of Albion Bridge stewards. And Ali Van Zee was a longtime resident of the coast in Big Sur and Mendocino County, and she's an Albion Bridge steward. Our group supports Monterey County's preservation of our historic structures. The Garapata Bridge is in the Carmel-San Simeon Highway Historic District, where the Big Sur LCP requires the protection of visual access to the protected Big Sur coastal viewshed with no exceptions. But Caltrans wants to substantially shrink that protected visual access. Caltrans wants you to undercut the scenic Big Sur, which plays a critical role in visitors from around the country and the world, spending a lot of money that supports this county's businesses, working people, and revenue. Your action on this appeal is of statewide and national significance, including for the historic Albion River Bridge on the wild and scenic Albion River up north that we're working to preserve from Caltrans' benign neglect and destruction. People from the whole world are paying attention to what you do today. Please keep up the Monterey County spirit, uphold the Big Sur LCP, preserve the Garapata Bridge, and please maintain Monterey County's historical lead in protecting our priceless coast that even Caltrans can't buy. The Albion River Bridge was listed in 2019 in the National Register of Historic Places and the California Register of Historic Resources. And this one is eligible for the same thing.
Thank you.
So please, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Rick Aldinger.
Rick.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Hey, there's really, I missed the lion's share of the presentation today because I was actually driving down the coast enjoying the view of our bridges. And there's really actually very little I can add that hasn't been said already, other than just supporting what has been said already. These bridges are part of the essence of Big Sur, and it would be a disservice to our residents and our visitors alike to chip away at that in any way. Therefore, I just simply urge you to reject the Caltrans appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Go to the next person.
That's it. No more.
Just give it a second. If any other members of the public are on Zoom and want to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you will be recognized to also speak for 2 minutes. All right. Well, thank you to all the public members for your input and comments. So now we're going to go to staff first, let you comment on any of these comments that were made if you want to. If not, we'll bring it back to the board.
I think I'll just explain a little bit where staff's recommendation came from. Phil, if you could put up that image real quick. So we had got together with Caltrans and asked them, why this rail? What is the purpose of each element of the rail? You see on the top what's proposed and on the bottom what's existing. On the top, they said this big curb needs to be big in order to redirect traffic. If a car was to hit the bridge rail, we want it to go back into the lane of the bridge and not off the bridge. That makes sense. We are not traffic engineers. We accepted that at face value. The top rail is also part of that and is something to that helps prevent bicyclists or motorcyclists from also doing the same. You can see there's a depth to where the center section is, where those openings would be. So we're not talking about changing the height from what's existing to what's proposed. It's the same height. But the argument now is that the openings within that middle section would be catch points or potential locations where people can fit through. It's difficult for planning staff to argue with a state bridge engineer on what those might be. But from this perspective, it seems the least damaging option for any exception, if any exception were possible. And we've heard from Caltrans staff that it is not possible. And that may be true, but I believe it is a Caltrans policy and not a mandate. So that's where our recommendation came from. We are happy to entertain any other direction the board may want to take this, but we did struggle with this overall, and we can answer questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you. Well, I'm going to start with the question just on process. And it's also for our county council. Before you leave, we're trying to squeeze all we can out of Les Gerard. Obviously, we're not the only historic bridge. And in Monterey County, as public rightly noted, some of the most beautiful bridges that bring visitors from all over the world. And I appreciate the comments made by the residents. They know this it's not only about this bridge, but it could impact other historic bridges and their aesthetics, their beauty. And they know that will have an impact for all future generations on how those bridges look. So we have to take it with all seriousness. So my first question is there other historic bridges that have replaced rails and have been able to maintain that historic look? Is there any precedent for that in our state? The other major question that I have is for our county council, because it seems these are, as was Caltrans representative pointed out, these are Caltrans standards. If we were to not approve Caltrans' appeal today, what are the next steps, right? Because somebody mentioned that perhaps then it could be appealed to Coastal Commission, but eventually it ends up in court, right? Where then the court determines what are the state standards for these types of bridge replacements, and whether the decision this body makes was in conformity with those standards, right? State law supersedes local law and some of these questions. So eventually it's gonna have to be litigated depending on what happens here today. And I know the court looks at those standards and it's gonna put some heavy emphasis on what those safety standards are. So that's what I'm saying. Is there precedence for keeping and doing what the public like in other beautiful historic bridges? And then second, to county council, what would be the next steps of the process after today, depending on what gets decided?
So we did some research. We couldn't identify any bridges within the state of California where exceptions had been made, but there are bridges, departments of transit throughout the country who have considered different exceptions that depend on the situation that are specific to that bridge. For instance, Oregon developed a stealth rail that they put like a steel beam within the rail rather than what would typically be required. Then Minnesota's Department of Transportation had one where they wanted to preserve a bridge rail that had a really nice aesthetic from the outside. So their exception was different, as they put a compliant rail on the inside with, I don't have the exact information, so I don't want to go too into detail on that one. But essentially the broad kind of conclusion we reached is that different departments of transportation have made exceptions and they could consider exceptions, but it's something that each Department of Transportation would need to consider. In this case, Caltrans has indicated they're not willing to consider it.
Do you know if any of their policies allow for exemptions, as those other states have? They might not have allowed an exception, but do our Caltrans guidelines allow it?
So
as far as we know.
Yeah. So what we have are the memos that say, hey, we're adopting this policy. And within those memos, it does state that it does outline a process for exceptions. For MASH specifically, which is the crash test standards, what it says is, if you can't use a MASH compliant device, use a device that complied with the previous crash test standards, which are, I think, is NRCHP 350. And if you can't use one of those devices, use a device to address the specific engineering need. There's a similar memo for the Bridge Design Standards 8, which is where this 6-inch spherical requirement comes from, that says, basically consult the state bridge engineer as early as you can in the process. The standards themselves are not publicly available documents because they're not regulations or statutes. They're developed by AASHTO and then published as a big technical manual guide from AASHTO.
Great response. We got a good one here. It's a complex area. See, sometimes they bring up new policy issues, and they're for first impression for me, so I find them very interesting and fascinating. But I'm asking these questions because I want to make sure that we can work within a realm where we know that there is some possible alternative options to consider that perhaps should be explored, and not just for county council. Just on terms of next steps, what would happen today, whether we rule on one side or another?
So Kelly Donlin is on the line, and I'm going to ask her to correct me if I say anything wrong. But the next step, whether you approve the appeal or deny the appeal, would be a potential appeal to the California Coastal Commission. And their decision could be subject to litigation based on whether there's substantial evidence in the record to support the decision. That'll be an interesting interplay between two state agencies, Caltrans and the Coastal Commission. One thing I do want to point out is, generally speaking, a road design needs to comply with certain standards. And if you have a wet signature on a design that complies with the appropriate standards, there is an immunity for any liability that arises from an accident on that roadway. So it's a good thing to comply with design guidelines for the entity that owns the facility or the roadway to comply with design guides and get a wet engineer signature on the designs. So I presume, I don't know, that Caltrans has some liability concerns on their part because it is their bridge. I'm not prepared to opine on what potential liability there is for the Coastal Commission if they deny Caltrans the right to replace the railing as they see fit. But I hope that was responsive to your question. I'll ask Ms. Donlin if I happen to misstate anything. Kelly?
No, that was all correct. Like I said this morning, you knew it off the top of your head.
You're pretty good. I think we'll keep you a little longer too. All right. Well, beyond my questions, it's like I really appreciate the comments from the public. I know the representative of Caltrans are trying to do their job and give their best professional opinion, but I think there's moments, especially when it comes to historic resources and bridges, and we've had discussions about historic homes and other things that we know are so valuable to our residents and to our visitors, are so critical to our tourism. And then also appreciating that what we do today will impact our future generations. When we're no longer here, we want to maintain the beauty for many generations to come within our county. And I want to make sure we get this right because it will have impacts on other deteriorating bridges that are historically significant. And if there's some other options to consider here, I want to make sure we fleshed out all those ideas because this will come back. And I know, and I want to recognize all the work that has been done by our staff, by Caltrans, all the many public meetings. I know these are long and sometimes get heated on these issues, but I think we recognize in local government, these are things that people really care about. And I appreciate their advocacy and being a voice for many residents, thousands of other residents that cannot come to those meetings and speak up. So I want to preface that. I want to hear from other colleagues, but I am very concerned about simply looking at the proposal so far when there might be some other options further to flesh out. Other colleagues. Supervisor Church, let's go with you.
Just got a couple questions here, but looking at Big Sur, if there's going to be an exception, it should be Big Sur. Big Sur is unique. I mean, let's be aware of that. I mean, it's the bridges and the coastline and everything. So these railings have been here for 90 years, and there's concern that the way they're designed, somebody could slip through there. How many people in the 90 years have slipped through there?
On Garapata?
Yeah.
None that I know of.
Okay. And does Caltrans know of you're concerned about safety and everything, so I assume you probably looked back. Have you checked on that?
If you could respond at the podium, because that's how the public's going to be able to hear you.
Thank you for the question. There's been no fatalities on Garrapatta. There have been accidents, but no fatalities. That doesn't mean that there can't be one tomorrow or tonight.
Well, yeah, that can happen anywhere on anything. I mean, that's, you could have the design and still have it. My other question here just is, when you're looking at the speed study, and I understand the 85th percentile, it's people are going over that speed, you drive them down slower, there's a chance people are going to get in accidents. But do you weigh the narrowness of that area for bicyclists and pedestrians in terms of determining what's safe and unsafe, or is it just car speed?
It's all speeds, and in fact, we have our technical specialist here, the division chief for traffic safety department. If you don't mind, if I could have him speak to that. My question then is on pedestrians and bicyclists, if that's being considered because of that narrowness. So if he can address that, that's fine.
Give it a shot.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Church. Pete Hendricks, Traffic Division Chief for Caltrans District 5. When we do a speed zone study, yes, that is a consideration. Our limitation is when we come up with a 85th percentile, we cannot go lower than 5 miles an hour. So with that said, that is a consideration. So the answer is yes.
How is it considered?
If there are bicyclists and pedestrians present at any time, that's how we determine that.
Okay, I guess I'm not quite understanding how that would seem to be, if they're going to be present, and they are going to be present, that seems like that should be taken consideration of dropping the speed down.
Right.
Right. So
5 miles an hour is the maximum we can lower
5 hours.
that.
That's the full consideration.
We said 58 miles an hour was our spot speed analysis. Even if it was 55 miles an hour, in that analysis, the maximum we could lower it would be to 50.
Why do you only consider 5 miles per hour and not something more? And
that is the state law for the state highway system.
Okay, that's not a policy, it's just a state law. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're able to answer that. Let's go to the question. Supervisor Lopez.
I feel like, before Mary throws in her opinion here, I do want to hear what you have to say, obviously, as the supervisor in this community. For me, Big Sur holds a special spot in my heart. Never represented it, but was a big part of my childhood, and I understand, what it means to drive across those bridges and be able to look through those windows. And so I've received a lot of input from community on this particular issue, all in one direction. And so for me, I get it. And we've lost a lot of special historical markers in South County, and I don't want to see the same happen to a community that really defines itself by place, like Big Sur. And so look forward to your opinion on this, but largely leaning in the direction of wanting to see these preserved.
And maybe we go to Supervisor Askey, because then we could come back to Mary for motion and her thoughts.
Thank you. So I, like Chris, spent much of my childhood driving up and down Big Sur, camping, and once we were old enough to get driver's licenses, going on our own adventures. Anyway, it's iconic. It's world renowned. It's unlike anything that exists anywhere. It is magical and special, and I don't have to mention, Taylor Swift wrote an album, driving up and down the coast. So Big Sur is exceptional, and I think part of what makes it exceptional is the fact that you're coming in and out of all of these, ravines and going over bridges and curving around, and I don't think any one of us can deny the fact that that road is incredibly dangerous. The number of people that we love, that I love, friends of my sisters, who have been in terrible accidents on Highway 1 through Big Sur. It's one of the things that I fear when my kiddo gets old enough to go off on his own adventures. It is a dangerous road to drive on. And so as I think about this, and as I look at this, and as I listen to comments, it's this factor of trying to weigh the safety with the preservation of something that is so iconic and so special. I hear my colleagues' comments. I hear, I heard Supervisor Adams' initial comments. I heard the public. We received, I don't know, hundreds of emails. And I also hear Caltrans saying they've currently taken this up to the highest levels of state authorization, state exceptions. So I feel like we are between a rock and a hard place in terms of saying, how do we fulfill our responsibility to ensure the safety of our residents? I think a 90-year-old guardrail is probably not safe and in need of safety improvements. And also, what are the options? Are there any other options? So the question I would have is, are there any other options to be pursued? Are we talking about asking for special legislation that allows extra funding to be put into some sort of extra mitigation invention of guardrails? I don't know. And as I ask that question, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about, we have communities like Pajaro this morning where we spent, hours talking about what $20 million would mean to a community that has so many needs. So as I say, could we pursue special legislation? Like what are, it's not our costs, it's state costs, but the balance of all of that is floating in my head as we have this conversation. So I'm not sure that I have a clear direction to offer. I just wanted to share with my colleagues some of the variety of thoughts that I have floating around. So I guess the question that I would have back to Caltrans, like, is there literally any other path you can take? Would special legislation be something that allows us to have Big Sur treated uniquely and special, because that's truly what it is? And I believe the state feels that as well. The state has invested tremendously in keeping Big Sur open and fixing the roads as they wash out and creating new tunnels and going to great lengths to keep that iconic freeway or highway, the iconic freeway and highway that it is for our state. So I guess I'll leave that question with Caltrans. I'm not sure if you're able to answer that.
Thank you for the question and your comments. We feel the same sentiment. My kids are adventuring in Big Sur. It is a dangerous road, just given the nature of it, on the edge of the cliff with the ocean down below. We're fully cognizant of the historic significance of these bridges. At the same time, we have to come up with the balance to meet modern safety designs. The cars have changed, the vehicles using the facility have changed, the volume of vehicles has changed dramatically. We've pursued every design option. We've gone to the state bridge engineer, the highest authority in the state as far as bridges is concerned. He was able to provide additional alternatives with the metal elements that still maintain that 10-inch opening, but there's a metal element in the middle of various designs. Those are the designs that have been custom made for this specific spot. And I want to also address the concerns about the other bridges as well. We're fully aware of these other bridges. No projects have been programmed for these at the moment. They are, I believe Rocky Creek might be the next one, and they're all done based on inspections that are done annually, or not annually, every 2 years, biannually. Each one of the, even though they're a set, people like to talk to them as a set, and we appreciate that, and we totally agree with that. They are all individually unique. Every one of these bridges is unique. They all have unique characters and unique features that make them unique. We've committed to looking at each one individually, looking at the speeds associated with each one, because they're different. Some are on curves, some are straightaways. We've pursued every option in this case, all the way to the highest levels in Sacramento. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, just one other question. Thank you for that. So for many stretches of Highway 1, it's not technically a bridge, but like you're on the edge of the you're right on the edge. And we don't have special railings for mud. I mean, we don't have a rail that follows you all the way down. So I guess I'm questioning, what makes, well, clearly the bridge is over a deeper drop off, but many of those edges, you fall right off the edge right there. So would there be a consideration that I don't quite know how to ask this question, but that the safety of the rest of the freeway is somehow that because everyone's already on high alert, driving on the edge of a cliff into the Pacific Ocean, that factors in somehow to the bridge railing? That would lower, it's like, if you're driving on a regular road and then you come across a bridge, you're just on a regular road and maybe your attention is different. But when you're driving on Highway 1, you've got your full attention on that road because at any point in time, you're on the edge of a cliff.
That's true. And I'd like to have our traffic safety engineer answer that question for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't understand the question, so I'm glad you did.
Yeah, so the decision to install or not install guardrail at any particular location is an engineering decision. So it's on a case-by-case, spot-by-spot basis. Bridge rail, the likelihood of severe injury or death is high. The stakes are high. You go off that bridge rail, it's not going to be a good outcome. So the bridge rail that we are proposing as Caltrans, we are in support of a crash-resistant design that redirects people back into the roadway. The existing bridge rail does not do that. Okay? It's based on crash data that is either modeled, but is modeled based on actual crash conditions.
Okay, and I guess my question, to be clear, is, yes, we need to focus on safety, but if we're thinking about Big Sur and we're thinking about the safety of that road, why doesn't Caltrans show up and say, if we're going to ensure the safety, we need, a guardrail the entire length of the entire road? And we're not saying that. So I'm just trying to say, using common sense, how do we factor and rank these safety concerns in a way that makes common sense?
Right. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Mary.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to this side of the dais for the support and the sensitivity that you have registered for Highway 1, and I very much appreciate your understanding the qualities of that road that just makes it a really magical drive, and it's free for people. People can just drive on that road and see the beautiful view without having to pay a nickel, and I think that's really wonderful. Highway 1 is really a key part of tourism, not just in our county, but throughout the whole state. In fact, we're seeing a bit, I just came from a meeting last week, we're seeing a bit of reduction in tourism in California and throughout the country, and it is being attributed to some degree of the fact that people can no longer come into San Francisco from China or wherever and take that beautiful, iconic drive down through Los Angeles, because you can't get through on it right now. And that's one of the reasons why there's so much focus on getting Highway 1 reopened again. This is a really difficult question, and it's a difficult situation. And again, as I said in my opening remarks, I so appreciate all of the work that Caltrans has done to try to come up with a unique solution to a unique situation, because these bridges are unique. And you had said, Mitch, you had indicated that they all, have their own qualities, and yes, they do, but they all look the same. I think it's those 6 iconic bridges that all have the same design. And my expectation is, should we come to one design on this one, and then we try a different design on another one, people will really go nuts, even more so than they are on this. But I'm listening now, and I love the comment that you made about the situation in Oregon, where they found a solution. One of the things about the bridges, this bridge particularly, but the others that are of the same design, the bridges just go away because you can see straight through them as you drive down. You can see straight through them. And what we're seeing right now, the designs, even with the one with the rebar essentially down the middle of it, they're just so thick and clunky that they're not going to disappear as you drive down the coast. It won't be that that beautiful view that we've been able to see, and the critical view shed that people come from all over the world to see. I could go on for quite some time about it, but I think you see where I'm going. Just one last thing. One of the things I was thinking about as we were looking at all of the design is if there, when this continues on, because it will, if there were some way to have the lane changed just to some degree, so there could be a walkway that includes a bike lane, you know, the fog line would just come over a little bit so that there would be an opportunity for people to really drive their bikes with safety as they are not now. But for all of those, what I believe I have heard from the public and what I have read from all of the information that has been brought forward, I feel like there is convincing material for the record to let me make a motion to deny the appeal and move forward with keeping.
I think we should do an intent to deny today and then come back in January, because this is such an important issue, and I think we need to make sure our county council's office has time to strengthen the findings so that we could come back in January and then take a final vote on a denial.
So our motion would be to attempt, is that the right word?
County council will help us refine the
motion would be to adopt a resolution of intent to deny with direction to return to the Board of Supervisors in January with a final resolution as modified. I might suggest also adding something about urging staff to continue to work with Caltrans on any other options in case there are any.
Great, and I'll second that.
Thank you. And since this is probably the last time you're going to say all of that, I'm just going to look at him and say whatever he said.
Yeah, well, we got a motion and we got a second. I did want to just, before we take a vote, just to say that there has to be, as Caltrans staff said, every bridge is unique, but it also, we have to recognize, you do say precedent. What you do here will be looked at in other historic bridges, not only throughout Big Sur, but throughout the state. My experience as a former legislator, and I did formerly represent Big Sur in the state assembly, and I recently purchased a new art piece by Shepherd Ferry of the iconic Bixby Bridge, only because it's so beautiful. It would look different on the railings on top, even on the art pieces that we buy of some of these places that are so special to us. But I think we need to take the time to also try to explore looking at these crash-resistant railings, as you guys expressed it, but also trying to address these beautiful historic iconic bridge standards so that we could keep these the beauty of these special places in our county. I think, and if there's that place for an exception, if there's that place to do what Oregon did, who also looks at these national standards for bridges, I think that needs to be further explored, and to really ask the question, is there a better option here that we haven't put on the table, or we don't have as a conceptual design at this point in time? And I think this is that time to do that, as this will have ramifications for other historic bridges in our county.
Just one final piece. You have your Shepherd Ferry. I have a Brian Mack, who's a local photographer, and it's the Wienermobile going across Bixby, right? That's the one that stands out for me, but I don't want to see any changes to that.
All right.
I so appreciate your comments, and I just really, I don't think it's worth the gamble to limit the iconic view shed that we have going through Highway 1, through our county. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Askew on the motion.
Yeah, so on the motion, so as staff drafts language for the intent to deny, is there a way to include the conversation around safety as a priority? And also, we have these multiple issues that we're trying to address. That'd be one question. I'll ask that first.
I think my office will work with staff on the appropriate language to bring back.
Okay, great. And then just a comment to Caltrans and to the community. I understand Caltrans is operating in some sense with your hands tied, and that you've done everything that you can to be responsive. You believe that you've done everything you can to be responsive to our community. And so I want to acknowledge that and say thank you for taking that extra step. And I do think that there's a way for us to get to an outcome that does address the safety concerns while also recognizing that Big Sur is an incredibly unique state asset. And I believe that it's in the state's best interest to work with us to figure this out. So thank you for your work, and thank you to the residents for communicating with us so that we could move forward.
Thank you.
Anything else? Nothing more? Okay, well, we got a motion for discussion. Staff, last words?
Was that to a date certain?
No, just January. Okay. Do we need a date certain? I don't think so. You get set it.
I think he has until the
No, we don't
22nd
need
to
a
get
date
it done.
We don't. We would just need to notice it when it comes back.
Yeah, exactly. And it gives you what day in January we could bring this back. And I think we're only got 3 meetings, right? So probably the second or the last one, yeah, because we have a Martin Luther King weekend.
The first meeting is the 9th, and that's kind of.
Ceremonial, so it'd be the meeting after that or the last meeting of January.
Last meeting in January would work for us.
But all right. Perfect. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Caltrans, for coming here. We'll keep working on this. We got to get it right. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you to the public. I appreciate your participation. Okay, we're moving on to the agenda. Item number 17, there's no new referral, so we'll go to number 18, our CAO comments.
Really just briefly, just wishing everybody a great holiday season since this is our last meeting of the year. And next week I'll be 1 year in. So thank you all so much.
All right. Got through that first year.
Right.
All right, good job. It was a rough one, but you did it. All right. Thank you, CEO. I appreciate your leadership and happy anniversary.
Thank you.
And your birthday too.
Yes.
When is your birthday?
The 28th.
Okay, let's give a round of applause. Happy birthday. You will be here the 28th, so we got to tell you now, right? Thank you. It was, for everybody, it was our county council's birthday today, Les Gerard, and our CEO's birthday at the end of this month. So I want to wish them a happy birthday and many more blessings. Okay, we're going to board comments. We want to start with last week. Let's start on this side, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I know all about that being just 1 year in, and I'm glad I'm not going to have any new responsibilities coming on next year. Yeah. I don't think I really have any comments, but I'm just going to make a little different comment here because I've had some text with former Congressman Sam Farr, and he's expressed his dissatisfaction with our screens. Yeah, and and saying that from the audience, where faces are kind of blocked away. So I looked around. I came in here and I looked over here at Supervisor Askew and I go, well, she's got hers turned down. Yeah. And I thought, so I kind of turned mine down, and I just thought I would just pass that on so I can keep him happy and maybe stop his text. And and so we can kind of turn it down, and we actually can see it doesn't really block us quite as much. So I'm just going to make that suggestion. And
I usually have mine down because nobody could see me at all.
So anyway, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year for everybody.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Church. Supervisor Lopez.
Say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody out there. Just want to remind folks, our Operation Santa is on for December 14th. So if you're free, love to see you then. And lastly, Les, just official last time on the dais, even though tomorrow will be quick. Just wanted to say there's never been a moment, a transition that I feel we've been better prepared for, but less ready for. So once again, thank you for your service to all of our communities.
So that's less ready. All right, got it. All right, so let's go to Supervisor Adams.
There are a couple of things coming up, but nothing as important as just wishing all of the people that we work with and all of the people that we are honored to represent just a lovely holiday season that brings joy and peace and comfort. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Askew.
As we wrap up our final meeting of 2023, I want to just give a huge shout out of appreciation. We've had 4 interns working in the District 4 office for the last quarter. They've been hands-on, helping us respond to constituent communication, drafting policy statements, just truly engaging in every level of the work that we're doing. And I want to give a huge shout out of appreciation and send best wishes to Ali, and I'm going to mess up Ali's last name, but Ali Al-Zambal, Fatima Sharudi, Fernanda Lopez, and Bodie Brennings. We've got representatives of these students from CSUMB, MPC. Fatima's headed out to Berkeley next January, and a senior from York School. So just really, really want to say thank you to Ali, Fatima, Fernanda, and Bodie. It's been an absolute pleasure having you bring your perspectives, your thoughts, your questions into our decision making these last few months, and we will miss you come January. So happy New Year's, happy holidays to all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. I did want to let the public know this meeting, it will continue till tomorrow, but tomorrow there are only performance evaluations. So County Council, we don't have any readout for tomorrow after
So Chair, if
after
I
the
may,
performance evaluations. Yes, go ahead.
The staff would like to recess today on a brief closed session for one of the items on the county agenda and the companion item on the water resources agenda having to do with the Pajaro levy. So in your discretion, we would recess to closed session and then adjourn the Water Resources Agency agenda out of closed session and then adjourn the county meeting to tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And we will have a discussion on the Laguna Seca item first and then the performance evaluation. We need to report back on the Laguna Seca situation.
So will there'll be a readout tomorrow after?
There'll actually be, I don't think there'll be a readout at all.
Okay.
And then, so the board will convene directly into closed session. We do not have to convene out here.
Okay.
And then the board will adjourn out of closed session, and I'll work with the clerk if there needs to be some kind of readout.
Okay, I just want to make sure the public knows what we're doing here next and then what we'll be doing tomorrow. I just want to take an opportunity to just invite the public to my holiday open house next Wednesday, December 13th from 5 to 7, right upstairs. And then also we're doing our backpack and winter clothing drive for our homeless children staying at our share center here in Salinas. And we'll be distributing those items on December 21st before the holidays kick in. Lastly, I want to thank all our staff. Not only we recognize some of our staff here today, but my staff in my office, Linda, Jasmine, and Javier for their hard work throughout the year, but also our 5,600 county employees as chair. During our last meeting of the year, I want to recognize them for all the hard work they did during these storms and during all these very challenging times that we faced this year. They served our community with professionalism and a lot of dedication, and I always want to recognize that and know that we appreciate you. As we end this year, our last meeting of the year, we want to just say thank you. And last thing I want to just thank, just like Chris, last word is really thank Les Gerard. You are going to be missed on this board, and your legal guidance and your advice is going to be missed, but your staff will hopefully step up and try to fill your shoes. But I just wanted to say how much we're going to miss you here.
Thank you, Board. If I just might say, you honored me greatly today. I really appreciate it. And I've said before, and I'll say again, it's been a privilege and an honor and a pleasure to have worked with all of you and the previous supervisors through all the years. So thank you very much.
So with that, we're going to adjourn with those last words. Give Les Gerard the last words. Thank you very much. And muchas gracias para todo. We'll recess and we'll be back tomorrow. But we won't be starting here tomorrow morning. We'll be in closed session so the public knows there will be no meeting in chambers. Thank you. 9 o'clock.